Ostrom with her very famous book, Governing the Commons, and she got a Nobel Prize for her work. Well, she challenged Hardin's view that only the state and the market can solve the tragedy of the commons. And she said those solutions have their problems, their own problems, the state as well as the market. And there's a third way. The third way is a self-regulation of the users of a commons. And she said, well, let's look, there are hundreds of years we have seen examples of successfully solutions with self-regulation of commons problems. And we should look at these examples to learn from them, and then we can apply them to our own problems. And she also was not so pessimistic about human nature as Hardin. She said, humans are not purely selfish. They reveal some social preferences. They are what she called something like conditional cooperators. That means many people follow a contingent strategy. That means as long when they see that others are cooperating, they will do themselves. So they will not be free riding then. So this is an important ingredient for this for solutions self-governing the commons, as she told her. But she says it's not an easy way out. It's not that these solutions come by itself. There's no automatic takeoff. The one thing is there's a huge diversity in the problems in the common pool resource problematics. So you have to adapt to the special circumstances you have. And then she tries to identify some underlying design principles of successful commons, and she has a data bank of hundreds or thousands of projects worldwide, which is systematically analyzes over decades. And these are the 8 famous design principles which at the end come about. So, for example, there must be a strong group identity, a fair distribution of costs and benefits, inclusive decision-making, the behavior must be monitored, there must be graduated sanctions for misbehaviors, fast and fair conflict resolutions, the authority to self-govern, very important, especially in the Indian context. We'll come back to this later. And you must have appropriate relations with other groups. I will come back to this design principle briefly later. Firstly, let's have a look at the German conditions, how we deal with climate change and environmental problems, and we see Germans are not friends of Ostrom. They are adhere to Hardin's solution. That means that the Germans look into the state and maybe a little bit also to the market. So if we see how the energy transition in Germany, the phasing out of coal, fossil fuels, and nuclear power, how it's managed mainly by the state. We have a lot of acts, legal acts, the Energy Industrial Act, the Renewable Energy Sources Act, and so on and so on. We have schemes for subsidize private persons for using solar power, wind energy, or house insulation. We have market instruments like emission trading and the carbon tax. So it is all mainly a top-down thing, initiated by the state. But also, what we have in Germany, these policies are strongly backed by a robust and influential public debate and campaigns. So the state is, so to speak, not alone. So we have civil movements, we have NGOs, we have the Green Party, which for many years support the public awareness of environmental problems. We have the mass media, which reflect this kinds of public debate and which in some way transforms into individual motivation to contribute to solving the problem. So, for example, the Germans are famous, maybe world-beating garbage separation on the private basis, where they like to buy organic food. They use public transport and bikes and so on. But you have to see that all these individual activities are in some way low-cost activities. So there's not big sacrifices combined with them. They have their consequences, but you should not overestimate their consequences. And we have not many examples of self-governing activities in the spirit of Ostrom. Well, there are some urban gardening projects, maybe which you can subsume under this team. But all in all, it is a more, as I said, top-down state activity. Well, you could say, well, maybe not a big disadvantage if we are successful in doing so, then we don't need this self-governing stuff too. But, well, you have to say the Germans are not so successful as maybe they wish to. So just in the last month, you see we are behind the targets of carbon emission and renewable energy. And so, well, you could put a question mark around it. Okay, but now to India. So when I came first to India, and the first things you learn about India's problems with climate change and environmental problems, of course, a lot of Professor Kunal already said there are very big problems. There's water contamination, there are air quality problems, there was waste disposal problems. I don't need to explain this here. So the first impression is, oh God, in India all things are very bad, and Germany is much better, and even the Indians say, well, the Germans are very good in doing this, and we in India, we have to learn from the Germans. Well, maybe not, because when I then started to get a little bit more known to the situation in India, I come across a remarkable phenomenon. So if I get a more full picture, I came across, and I give you this quote, a large majority of Indians still rely on common pool resources such as water, forests, and grazing land. The reliance on commons is essential for the very survival of rural and tribal communities and is a question of human development as well as environment conservation. India has had a long tradition of community-based conservation of land, water, and forest resources. So I think, okay, and there are many examples, obviously, of grassroots initiatives, of locally based community projects. So I thought, well, maybe there is a hidden potential. There's a hidden potential in a way in Germany we don't have this kind of tradition, and maybe it's possible to utilize this tradition and in developing local initiatives in the context of environmental problem. And indeed, there's a long-standing history. It started with Gandhi, the Sarvodaya movement, which was strengthening the local communities, and of course, it was already mentioned, the Chipko movement in the 70s, where rural villagers fight against deforestation. Okay, then I come across, I will give you only some very brief example. The most impressive example for this self-governance activity is the forest, what's called forest, I always say Foundation for Ecological Security. And this is a large initiative in India, and which explicitly is adhering to the Ostrom vision. So they want to strengthen institutions, enhancing the capacity to self-govern, promoting inclusionary processes and collective decision-making. So they put themselves explicitly in the agenda von Ostrom. And in 2019, there were 24,000 villages already in their program, and I just recently looked it up, and this year it's more than 30,000 villages, and this is very, very impressive. And you look at the examples, you see that everywhere they want to deploy local knowledges, they're reviving the democracy on the local level, and they improve the entitlement of the communities. So this is a very good example how Ostrom's vision is implemented in India. I have not time to go on these other initiatives. I collect some. They are quite different. Some are very small. Some are very large. So I just I cannot comment here on the different things. But there are more, for example, Youth for India fellowships. They give fellowships to support grassroots level projects. Then you have the Energy and Resources Institute, which activates local community and leadership, in this case on alternatives to stubble burning. Then you have the International Forest Resources Institution, which in the tradition of the Chipko movement is promoting self-management of forest cultivation. And indeed, Ostrom was part of this initiatives when she was still alive. Then you have, I just want to go and mention one other, more bigger project. There's a Reliance Foundation who also deploys local relevant solutions and 2018 there were 550 villages and 65,000 families supported by this initiative. Okay, there are many more examples. For example, there are more than 50 irrigation projects which are not under an umbrella of organization, which are doing it by themselves. Okay, I could not, but I have no time to do it. Now, it's possible to see or to analyze that these initiatives in India very much so comply to the design principles of Ostrom, and you could give examples of every part of it to illustrate it. But there's no time now to do it. So I just, in the last 5 minutes, I just want to present to you what I think is useful to add to this things which I did so far. And this, of course, is connected to the theme, to the topic of this conference, and environmental policy discourses. And what I want to do, I want to say, we have to look also on the local level, not only on the mass media, not only on television, not only on printed media. Look also in the local communities, in the local commons, and there is also an environmental discourse within the local commons, and it has special features. So it's a local discourse. It's not mass media and general public. It's local actors who are carrying it out. It's not media professionals or officials, delegates. They use and create local knowledge of the people, not top-down information from external experts, and they create a local awareness, and they are based on local awareness of the people. Yesterday somebody speaks about local wisdom. Maybe you can say in this kind of activity there is incorporated the local wisdom of the people who are living in these communities. And so I think this local discourses are a very important aspect of the general environmental discourse, and they cannot be substituted by mass media, and they cannot be substituted by national media, and they are also an important pillar of self-governing processes. And even maybe Ostrom underestimates the importance of this communication process. So maybe you have a ninth design principle we can add. That means local communication and local exchange. So one very important feature of these processes is the face-to-face communication. So it's a kind of bottom-up process, it's a kind of grassroots communication, it's interpersonal, it's interactive, it's inclusive, it's participatory, and it's self-regulated. So these are very important aspects. And I give you 3 very brief examples which I came across when I look at some studies of the different formats of this kind of local communication. There is one, the importance of folk media. They are non-electronic, of course, they are traditional way to communicate, and I was very impressed about the varieties of folk media. So it's drama, street theater, music, dance, storytelling, arts, crafts, pantomime, painting, singing, recitation, cultural rituals. And the important thing is that all this kind of folk media, they are entertaining and educational. And this is imparted, included in this tradition. And of course, they use localized messages, local language, and they play a very important role in transporting information about environmental problems. The second thing which is mentioned in indigenous agricultural discourses, and this means that they are embedded in the local tribal communities, in their language, in their tradition, in their experience, and in their values. And of course, the indigenous communities, they have a special kind of local knowledge, which no experts, yeah, exactly, which cannot be substituted by expert knowledge. There's a kind of problem awareness, and there are traditional solutions which you should take seriously. Okay, then the third thing which is mentioned is religious communication, and there you have the chance maybe that there are eco-religious beliefs, that environmental values play a role in religion, but what is much more important, religious communities provide social networks and create social norms. And it was Robert Putnam, many years ago in his book Bowling Alone, who already mentioned the importance of religious communities for creating social capital. And social capital means that they make possible that they lower transaction costs for communication and so on and so on. Okay, last point, which is not mentioned in the studies I see so far, is the possible importance of digital communication in the local context. This is maybe something we have to look at more closely. And we had in our institute in Bochum, we had an Indian fellow who did some research on Assam. And she said that in Assam, it's very interesting to see how the regional use of YouTube, for example, with local influencers and in local language, and she says there's a kind of explosion of the localization of digital communication, and of course we have the messengers like WhatsApp, and we can think about that digital devices as nudges are used to motivate people to behave environmentally friendly. And this maybe is a future research topic to look whether digital instruments are already used in this local communication or whether they can be used, and whether initiatives can promote the usage of digital instruments in this context to improve the communication inside and outside these groups. Okay, thank you very much. I was a little bit late. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Baumann, for more or less keeping to time. And I'm presuming that, I haven't been given any steer, but I'm presuming that we'll have questions and answers at the end of all the 4 presentations. And so I'm now going to invite Dr. Hung to come and make a presentation.
This is your note?
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Harris. Dear gentlemen and lady and gentlemen, dear professor and college and beloved student, I'm very pleasure to be here today, and I'm very grateful to Professor De La Prison, Dr. Manit Tiwari, and GNU College, and especially PPP for the wonderful support. And yes, it's a little bit pressure for me after the very wonderful presentation from Professor Mike, Pitcher and Baumann. And here is a small paper about the social media and the environmental discussion in Vietnam. Yeah, I'm from Vietnam National University, University of Social Sciences and Humanity in Hanoi. And my paper focused on 3 points. First, about the real state of the social media usage in Vietnam. And the second is an environmental discussion on social media, and with my case study here about the campaign against the tree logging in Hanoi and Formosa environment disaster in the middle of Vietnam. And third point is about the role of social media. Yes, of course, we know how important of the media in our life today. And we also talk about the mass media, as well as the news media, and for social media, and the way people talking to each other and to family member, friend every day. And here in my paper, I just focus on the social media. And according to the We Are Social Digital 22 report in Vietnam in February, it shows that nowadays in Vietnam, 73% of the population access internet, and 78% of population is social media right now. It's an average in the Vietnamese people use 6 hours, 38 minutes per day on internet, online times, and in with the 3 hours and more than 30 minutes set internet via mobile phone. So what is the reason Vietnamese people use a lot of time on social media? And top 3 reasons, including the keeping in touch with friends, looking up information and update news, with the percentage you can see here. And so I think that right now, and many research about the role of social media in combating environment problem. However, it's mainly concerned about the business, ecology, and society, but it's a few focus on environmental discourse. That's the reason I would like to focus in my paper here. And you can see that is Vietnam that's the first integrate into the global internet in November 1997. And nowadays, Vietnam belongs to the top 20 countries around the world with the highest number of the internet users in the world. Of course, the population in Vietnam is ranked number 15. And you can see there is an increasing number of the social media users in Vietnam. And I think that is what that is so important to research how the social media influences people and how to raise the environmental discourse. And what is the most used social network site in Vietnam? So you can see here, according to Lao Động newspaper in 2000, and 21 is Vietnamese people use YouTube, Facebook, Zalo. Zalo is only the Vietnamese social network site, but Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and LinkedIn. That's very small people use LinkedIn. And Zalo is only the Vietnamese social network. And TikTok is one of the fastest growing social network in Vietnam. Yeah, most of my students use TikTok. Not all the person as me, but all of the young generation is TikTok. And according to the survey of Facebook in 2022, now is of course Facebook is a more popular social network in Vietnam. And yeah, and here's of course 3/5 of the leading social network are from the major company as Meta was so what is the environment discussed on social media? And here's a survey with a case study with a campaign against tree logging in Hanoi, 2014 and 15. And it's led, maybe that led not very well in Hanoi, but led about 2014 and early 2015. Hanoi Department of Construction has a project to replacing and renovate wetting trees. And it intends to replant 6,700 trees on the 119 trees with a budget with 73 billion Vietnam dong. I think it's around $3 million. And it's raised harsh criticism on the new media and on social media. With many trees, people raise the question why many trees was in good condition and did not affect traffic at all were cut down. And many respected figures spoke up. Many experts raised the voice on the new media. But I would like to have a research on social media, because you can see that it's a social network have become a means for experts and citizens to post opinion. And very famous journalist in Vietnam, Trần Đăng Tuấn, he posted an open letter to the chairman of the Hanoi People's Committee on Facebook, which requests the project should be paused so people could check whether owner of the tree need to remove or not. And the authority notifies the press how the exactly number of such trees mark and identify such tree. And the authority should show the responsibility in delivery transparent information to the public. And you can see on Facebook, on social media, many fan page calls for shaving tree in Hanoi. And it's a very famous fan page is names 6,700 people for 6,700 trees. And it launched on March 17 in 2015. And just only in 2 days, it has 45,000 likes. And especially, it's raised from a woman, a housewife. She said that I'm not even a Hanoi citizen. She comes from Da Nang, is a central Vietnam. And I am an ordinary housewife, taking care of my children at home. But it's thought I'm nobody. She said that I'm nobody. But because I love the tree here, I could not sleep. She said that when the sea cutting down. So I hope this voice to heard by my peer, so that it can become louder, so that the strategic hope reaches the ear of the important people. When she raised her voice, and she attracts the public opinion and attracts the people to support her. So you can see it's an influence to the policy, environment policy, because after that, the deputy director of propaganda department, because in Vietnam we have the propaganda department of the Hanoi Party Committee, said that, it will not. That is a responsibility of the authority. We don't need to ask the citizen to do that. We're not necessary to consult the people. Wow, and the people are so angry. Why you can say that? And of course, and the vice chairman of the people committee chair a 30-minute press conference. And during the 21 questions raised by press agency, were not answered. Oh, and New Misbah was angry too. He puts the responsibility to the impatient of and he puts the responsibility to the sponsor. It says that because of the impatience of the sponsor and the lack of transparent information of implement. And people don't believe that. And the sponsor also agrees about that. So what and every day, this fan page always update about the situation and propose many new activities. So I think what is the environment discussed during that time is first, it's a request the government to publish transparent information. And an open letter with 22,000 signatures was sent to the Hanoi authority, asking for stop cutting tree, and it's a publication. It means public right information, and we need conservation between the authority and the citizen. So it also addresses the basic right of the people, free access to information and freedom to express. I think that is very important of the role of social media. And the second is your environment discussed here is ask the people to monitor the activity with the government. They take a photo and report immediately that they found where the tree being cut down, and they take the photo and show out on social media. And it compiled, categorized, and sent us 500 questions to journalists. And here I think that it shows a participation of social media on government surveillance. And it also shows the level of democracy in Vietnam, where the people can raise a voice. And yeah, you can see the tree hug here. Many people change their avatar on Facebook to tree hug of Hanoi. And here's a symbolic art to attack the response of the tree. And street control activity on Sunday morning. We never say that in demonstration or something like that, but many people meet there and to scan reverse street artist and children painting. And even people hug each other to show that we show here is that we protect environment and we show our love, how should we take care of the environment and such. And in Hanoi, citizens gather at several places scattered in the city to express their disagreement. And there is a survey on the news media of the VN Express is the most popular magazine in Vietnam. What do you think that about the plan to cut down the tree in Hanoi? And that only 5% of people agree with the plan, and 75 oppose, and that's only 22 percent of people wanted to plan to be exempt. So, and then you can see that it's influence immediately to policy, because the Secretary of Hanoi requests those directly involved to sell, reflect, and the Deputy Minister, Prime Minister asked Hanoi leader to clarify the replacement of the tree. And of course, they have stopped that plan. And yeah, so environment discussed on social media network has made an important contribution to policy criticism. And what I go to the very last slide. As a role of social media, you can see here's a puppy. It's a very famous puppy. Here is a provincial governance and public administration performance index. Is surveyed by the UNDP every year in Vietnam, and it shows that it has a problem of the great culture of Vietnamese citizens. And you can see here poverty, environment, economic growth, and employment is the most important things that people concern. And compared to 2015, the percentage of people who said that the environment was their biggest concern increased by more than 10%. And 2019 and until now, is environment remain one of the 3 issues that people are most concerned about. So, as a role of media, social media, I think that first one is to raise the voice and raise the people awareness of the environmental issue and increasing their participation. Because social media is a good tool to connect, to share any content at any time, and a fast and free medium. And social media also contribute to the changing the people attitude towards environment issue, because you can see his avatar. That's because in 2016 in the media of Vietnam, when steel factory, they poison the sea ocean and make mass that due to industrial research of Hưng nghiệp Formosa Hatting iron and steel. And when the company director of external relations says that, you have to choose either a steel factory or a fit in the sea. You have to choose economic or environment, of course. And yeah, he said that. And many people in Vietnam, they immediately change avatar. It's avatar on Facebook. Tôi là người Việt Nam, tôi chọn cá. It means that I'm a Vietnamese, I choose fish. So yeah, so I think that is social media also contribute to changing people's attitude toward environment issue. So yeah, of course we know how to balance the economic environment, but we chose to side with environment during that time with a sustainable development instead of sacrifice for economic benefit with only cost. Of course, we have to sacrifice, but with any cost, we do not that. And on social media network, people also easily exchange information and easily spread the attitude, especially when that attitude is similar to that is ground. And the third, the social media increase the participants in competing environmental issue. So you can see that I think it's similar in India that in the young generation in Vietnam also have shows the environment in teen on social network as a no straw challenge, no plastic and challenge for change. And here also is in the club of the Foreign Trade University also how to then that protect the environment. They also for the so I come to my conclusion. So 78% of the population in Vietnam right now is a social network. And social media is a place to participate in environmental discourse, to changing awareness, behavior of participation of citizens, and it's also both advantage and challenges for party and the state of Vietnam in solving environmental problems. Thank you for kind attention and welcome to Hanoi, Vietnam.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Manish Tiwari.
Good morning, everyone. I must begin by thanking everyone who is present here, and my special thanks to Dr. Narayan Das and to Dr. Detlef and everyone present here to listen to me and also to giving this opportunity to present this paper. We have been talking about commons till now and how the media is used, the social media. We now just want to talk about more of the agenda setting, how the media is presenting the issue of environment. What exactly goes into it in terms of how do people think about the environment as an issue. And that's where I have analyzed 4 newspapers in India. It is continuation of the work which we did for the last conference, where it was more about framing and how it is done, and here it is more of an analysis how it's done in particular frames. So we would be talking more about it. The title is Goes Inquiring Media Frames in India, Mainstream Newspapers. And when I say mainstream newspapers, I've taken 2 English and 2 Hindi newspapers for now. Let me just, for people who are new to the subject, just explain a little about framing. How do we see framing? So framing theory explains that, through what we call frame, how the information is presented. So when you see frame, what misses out of frame and what goes in a frame, that is very significant for the audience to particularly get the actual message and what kind of influence it brings to people to make choices to process that information. So, for the very first time, the concept of frame analysis was introduced by sociologist Erving Goffman in 1974 in the book called Frame Analysis. Later, Todd Gilton, in his book in 1980, he introduced the frame analysis for the newspapers and the news items. We are here talking largely about the COP26 in the last year. COP27 has just concluded in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and COP26 was from 31st of October to 12th of November in Scotland. I am examining, as I am saying, the Times of India, the Indian Express, Dainik Bhaskar, and Dainik Jagran for a period of 31st October 2021 to 12th of November 2021, how they have presented different news items and how it could be checked for the kind of frames they are bringing to us. Let me just go into why these newspapers. So, India has really a vast number of newspapers for people who, who come from different parts. We have a total number of newspapers, around 9,750 newspapers, which are registered with the Registrar of Newspapers Society of India. Out of which 4,000, almost 50% are Hindi newspapers, then Urdu, Telugu, English. English is just 820. And the circulation, if you see, in numbers, if I put it in millions, it is total 225 million copies are published every day. Out of which around 103 million copies are in Hindi. Urdu is about 22 million. Telugu is 15 million, and English is around 10.5 million. This is just for your information, out of the languages which are published in India, there are 26 total languages which are largely published newspapers, and it has its own circulation. So the methodology which we did, I used for this paper was largely content analysis and critical discourse analysis. Content analysis for all the newspapers and during these 4 newspapers during this period was done. All their PDF copies were downloaded, and we looked at what kind of space it gives, not just in number of stories but also in square centimeters. Here we, for this particular time, I'm just presenting in number of stories. And then we also done critical discourse analysis, more of where we are using how it is presented through social power, abuse, dominance, inequality, and how they are enacted on, reproduced, and resisted by text and talk in social and public. Which means how you present a news and how it shows the kind of the power of a newspaper or a newsprint, and how it gets affected by different, how it affects different people. Then, under the critical discourse analysis, we have used, the kind of terms which we have used is like climate change, global warming, biodiversity, pollution, green city, nuclear energy, coal energy, wildfires, forests, sea. These are the kind of terms which we had used, and similar terms were for their Hindi versions were also used for Hindi newspapers. So there were a total cumulative of 123 news coverage, news story on climate change during COP26, this period of about 13 days, from 4 mainstream newspapers, and we can see there was only 7 news coverage as local, 15 as national, 101 as international news. Now, what is the significance? Climate change affects all of us locally. It affects us every day, but it was presented as an international news, as more of an international event happening. not as something, it was not like, they did not kind of relate it to how it is affecting us every day. The coverage in local, national, international sections of the newspapers is like, we can look around the number of stories for each newspapers and their pages. Then this was just a simple analysis in terms of numbers. And then we go deeper, we talk about the frames. And frames would be more like generic and non-generic. So there are 5 generic frames: responsibility frame, conflict, human interest, economic consequences, morality. And then non-generic is political, scientific, biodiversity, health impact, government initiative. So how a news is presented, we have just tried to analyze it into different frames. Frames where, whether it is talking about the responsibility of the government, or it's like, sometimes if a lion kills a person, it's presented as a conflict between the mankind and the jungle. Those kind of analysis have been taken into account. So if you see like conflict frame, there were just 2 stories. Economic consequence, the number of stories in different newspapers are different. But largely it is political frame. Indian Express puts it 21 stories in the total period, Times of India 24, Bhaskar 5, and Dainik Jagran 21, which means they have looked at the whole event of COPs more as a political event rather than something which actually concerns more on environment. So this is one very significant thing which we could take out from this thing. We are not talking about the health impact. If you see health impact, it is just one story which Times of India published, like, how would climate change affect the health. Jagran speaks of only, it gives only 2 stories. If we look at the government initiative, only 1 story. So when we say interpreting frames, as I have just explained, like, the way they are presenting this story is something which we wanted to analyze. Because what we read, particularly newspapers, what we read and how do we interpret what we are reading is also affected by how it is written, which place it has got in a newspaper. All those things matter in our mind. Like, usually what goes on the front page impacts us most. We are kind of, talking more about it in everyday analysis and discourses. So climate change in India has been understood in the media frames as more of an international event rather than a national or a local one, where the impact and the effect, if we count around it. It can be inferred from the data, as I have just explained, on different number of stories. So 4 newspapers which we have analyzed, they show very simple thing in a way in terms of data, but if you look at it in terms of impact, it would really be much more than that. It talks about, just a second. We are talking also about the climate change policies. When we went a little in detail in all these news stories, we could find, like, the way India internationally in the stories, even in Indian newspapers, is presented, is like India is, like, is doing a lot of environmental crimes. You see stubble burning and Delhi gets unlivable, and we talk about how the policies are failing. But if we compare all of these things with the kind of, the global environment, then we are doing much better. India has among world's lowest per capita greenhouse gas emissions. It is, the per capita emission in India is just 2.7 tons, which is 1/7 of what what happens in US, and it is just half of the world's average. It is not even nearing it. But the stories which are presented here also are presented in a way that, we are really doing a big crime around it. So the 4 newspapers analyze, they show that, on the policy front particularly, that many initiatives have been made. The risk management communication, it misses out of it. And as I had shown in the figure, the policy initiatives from the government, there is just there is one news about the kind of policy which the government has taken up. Although there are many things which the government is doing particularly. With the aim of making India a developed nation by 2000. Oh, sorry. With the aim of making India a developed nation by 2047, the development model is oriented towards a more green and clean policy. During the COP27, India has committed in letter and its spirit that, we would be a net zero country by 2070. We had also given our plan of reducing all the cumulative emissions by 50% by 2030. Now, all of these news items particularly were kind of missing. Now, here we are amazed at how and who is influencing the Indian media and the mindset. We definitely want to talk about environment concerns, but the issue is how it is politically motivated. That is a big question which we have found out from the whole thing. I think this was it around largely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We seem to be keeping to time, and now I invite the last and final speaker, Professor Yasmin.
Thank you. Being a bit vertically challenged, I know you won't be able to see me and I won't be able to see you. So I'm just using this microphone. My sincere thanks goes to Professor Raja and Professor Detla for making this happen for me. This is my first attempt to work on climate change related issues and environment related issues. So I first start with sort of 2 small stories, my connection, because my ancestral home is in Satkhira, which is home to one of the, a part of Sundarbans, and it extends to Indian side of the Sundarbans. So my youngest uncle, my brother's youngest brother, they about 12 years back, they live in the area and they often go to venture inside the Sundarbans, and their primary interest was to find a Royal Bengal tiger. They wanted to see it in their habitat. So it was about 12 years back that they actually stumbled to a Royal Bengal tiger, which was thankfully well fed. And their 3, friends, they came back being, unharmed. But the point was that one of the friends, it took 3 days for him to gain any cognition because no one expected to see a tiger in front of you walking. And he kept saying for 3 days, ba, ba, meaning bag, meaning tiger. So it took 3 days for him to really be normal again. So this is one. And another one is that recently we have this interesting news that the number of female tigers in Bangladesh part is significantly less than it used to be. So the male tigers from Bangladesh side are coming to the Indian part looking for female tigers. So this was presented in a funny manner in Bangladeshi media newspaper that look, is the Bengal tigers are from Bangladesh and they are taking partners from Indian, taming them, Indian tigers. So this was a very interesting discourse because Sundarban is something which is quite far from the the urban areas, but this actually creates a lot of interest for policymakers, for local scholars to work on this area. But often, as my paper, you will see that we often see it from an urban imagination, as if sitting in Dhaka city, the capital city, we know what is happening in other parts of the country. So very beautifully, this perspective was presented by Professor Baumann. Excuse my German, please, if I've misspelled your name. So he talked about most of the areas that I'm going to talk about, and also previous speaker, Dr. Manisha, also pointed out those areas that how we make mistake of thinking environment from an as a top-down approach, from international approach, but what is happening to the local people, how they are coping with it. This is something we often find missing, and my paper is about that. So here, so this is the very first map. It was done by a colonial administrator during that period of time. So this was mapped, and you can see that how the area was much bigger. I'll come to the figure a little bit later. So this was the very first map drawn by colonial administrator during some 1820s, as early as 1820s. So here. So I took the liberty of titling my paper as The Hungry Tide. This is a famous novel written by Amitabh Ghosh, and in my paper, I took 2 paragraphs from his book, which says that, where people's everyday struggle is with the environment, people's everyday struggle with the forest, with insects, with smaller animals, with the tide. It is very difficult for us from any other setting to see this fight between man and the nature. And the story goes in a different direction, where ultimately, the man sort of, able to settle or co-live with the environment. But this is the crux of the novel, is that we need to understand it from the local people's perspective. This novel was published in 2004. It is critically acclaimed, and it is on Sundarbans. That's something that portrays Sundarban in its contemporary sort of context. So here, what I'm talking about is that from Bangladesh's perspective, Sundarban was never quite out of focus. So a number of researches has been done. So why am I talking about Sundarbans, and what new I'm going to talk about? Because it's the largest contiguous mangrove forest. We can see Sundarbans in Middle East, parts of Middle East, parts of Southeast Asia. So in this research, what I'm going to point out is the urban-local disconnect, and how we forget to look at the Sundarbans and, in a broad sense, environmental issues from the perspectives of local people, how they are coping with it, what are their needs, as opposed to what we think that needs to be discussed in COP26 or COP27. So this is the crux of my paper. So here, I'm arguing that environment, it binds the humanity together, but at the same time, we need to see that how state creates a difference between people, between nature, and how this needs to be pointed out. So state policies, global environment, state policies, and the needs of the local user, the end user, those people who are connected to the environment, how can we bring to get them in the same table? So it is like the crossroads that never cross, because the local community is talking about particular needs, or else it is the environment that they are going to exploit, and the state is thinking about a nationalist policy that needs to cater to a number of stakeholders, including, business interests, political interests, short-term goal of winning in the election. All of these are connected. Internationally, we are thinking about states pitting against each other. So here, in this article, I'm going to point out that why we are failing in addressing environmental issues in the perspective that it needs to be. I understand that there's a lot of difficulty in doing it from this particular manner, that from instead of top down to bottom up approach. despite that, it's time that we start recognizing that. So theoretical framework, when Professor Baumann was presenting, and I thought that, this is something that I've written because I've also used the framework of the tragedy of the commons. But what I've tried to sort of point out that, yes, we talk about the commons as in it belongs to everyone. But when we see it from statist perspective, we sort of create a sort of a wall of sovereignty, and this wall of sovereignty makes us to take or discuss issues from a very narrow national perspective, creating some narrow, narratives that only serve a particular country's interests. And therefore, we can see when we're talking about carbon emission, for example, we are talking about, these countries are responsible today, but we are not talking about the countries that were responsible before. As we can see with the FIFA World Cup, this interesting debate started to emerge that, we are talking about human rights and whose human rights from whose perspectives and what has happened in the past several hundred and thousands of years. So this is something we need to really talk about, that when we're talking about tragedy of the commons, who are the commons here and whose tragedy are we talking about? So there are pros and cons of the both arguments. We understand, standing here today in 2020, we cannot but talk about history, because Thomas Mann, another German scholar who has talked about, very deep is the well of the past. The past is something from which we have to learn how to sort of negotiate and how to talk about the future together, not separately. So this is something in my theoretical framework, in my chapter. And in terms of methodology, of course, I followed a qualitative methodology. I did a content analysis of the existing papers, existing available literature, as well as I did primary data collection in terms of talking with policymakers, in terms of talking with my colleagues who work in the area of climate change, who work in the area of particularly Sundarbans, and more importantly, as you can see, my cousins live in Satkhira area and some other parts of Sundarban area, and also through them, I connected with the local community. As we'll be talking about the next plan, my plan is to go there and to talk with identify 3 particular communities and to talk with them more on a direct basis. But this time also, I could not really be there in person, but I spoke with them over phone, and I sort of gathered data from them. So here, how did I organize the paper? So first, I spoke about the theoretical issue, and then I brought the reality check about Sundarbans. I talked about how the controversy surrounding the name and how this sort of came about. And then I discussed the main thrust is why the conservation approaches with regard to the Sundarbans is turning into a challenge. And then I am arguing that this conservationist approach is gradually changing in Bangladesh, where we are adopting a system of co-management. Of course, there are a lot of challenges with co-management issues. That is also something I'm going to talk about. So, So here, Sundarbans are reality check. As you can see that the first idea that the Collector General Claude Russell, who was appointed in this part of the region from 1770 to 1773, he was the first person identifying the existence of a different kind of forest in this part of the world. And this area initially was divided into 2 parts. One is the reclaimed area, and the other is the forest zone. And the forest zone was renamed as Sundarbans under the Regulation Act 3 in 1828, and the measurement, as you can see, it used to be 1600 square kilometer. Now the total area has come down to 1/3 of the original area of the Sundarbans. So how this is dwindling very fast in both parts of Sundarbans in India and Bangladesh. So here there are 3 stories with regard to the naming of Sundarbans. So Sundar, Sundari, it originated from the Sundari tree. Sundari literally means beautiful. So this is called a beautiful forest because they are in abundance of that particular Sundari trees. But then the second, one of the colonial administrator, Mr. Hunter, he explained that the redwood bark of the tree, that is what makes the forest Sundar, and therefore it has originated from the redwood bark in particular. And then the third account argues that it used to be called that Chanada Bhandas. Sorry about my pronunciation. So this historically existed around 1079 AD. So from that period of time, this took the name Chandradeep. Chandra is moon, Deep is island, Chandradeep, and then gradually transformed colloquially into Sundarbans. So there are 3 available stories where we can see the sort of text written like in the 1960s, 1970s. From there we find that 3 concurrent stories about how the name Sundarban came. The major argument of my paper is under this title, The Tragedy of the Commons and the Belongingness of the Resources. Are we talking about the state? Are we talking about the planet? Or are we talking about the people? So here, now we are going to the main argument. So there are 4 principal sort of areas that I've identified. One is the loss of traditional knowledge, as has been talked about before. So here we can see the people of the region, they argue that you cannot buy life with money. So we have to pay attention to restoration of the traditional knowledge. So one of the examples that I have used is that how fishing net is used. So local people, they are more interested to take the conservationist approach and to save the fisheries of the region, and they use a particular type of fishing net which is called rocket net. But they have complained when a number of researchers spoke with them that outsiders come to Sundarban region, they do indiscriminate fishing using something called binjal, which is a different kind of net, and that does not help conservationist manner for the carp population, fishing population of the region. So they have pointed out that why we need what is called indigenous technical knowledge, indigenous ITK. So this is identified by scholars writing from West Bengal, Indian part of the Sundarbans. So they are pointing out that we increasingly need to restore this traditional knowledge and disseminate this. And there should be an involvement of the relevant stakeholders, local, policymakers, as well as statist policymakers who can make awareness, create awareness among people about the need for preserving fisheries and other traditional knowledges. So here we can see that this is a issue that is going on. And then the result of the human-environment interaction and the poverty-environment nexus. Here we can see we sometimes sort of say that poor people, without understanding about environment, they create certain development challenges, and because they are poor, they have they are bound to create they're bound to affect the environment through their actions unknowingly. However, a number of studies that are taken up, for example, one UNDP study conducted which took poor people's understanding about the environment, and this was undertaken in 132 projects. After that, 119 projects were evaluated, and these projects finding said that some kind of trade-off is needed between local communities' use of the resources and their survival mechanism, that there has to be a trade-off that has to be recognized. What work needs to be done is to how to approach to them so that this trade-off is not needed in, say, for 10 years' time, 20 years' time. So we already understand that poverty is a challenge where they often do not think about what are the issues that are there. Then when we are talking about poverty environment nexus, we also often forget that there are several categories of poor people that we are talking about. Coastal poor, forest poor, rural poor, urban poor. Not all poor people, they have the similar kind of cognition, similar kind of needs. So in the Sundarban region, the coastal poor and the forest poor people, they have different kind of need, and this is something we often forget to understand from a very urban perspective. So this is something I have identified in my paper. And then the development progress environment nexus. Here I'm going to talk about the Rampal Power Project, which is otherwise also known as the Moitri Power Project, which is being built by India and Bangladesh. So this has been a sort of crux of debate in Bangladesh, and undoubtedly this is going to sort of put Bangladesh on the map as one of the the data says by 2030 Bangladesh is going to emerge as the top carbon emitting country in Asia, which is an alarming sort of news for us. But this is what the current data says. I can see that you can wonder how can Bangladesh can emerge as a top carbon emitting country, but because of the coal-fired project that is being taken in Rampal, its long-term effect is going to increase Bangladesh's carbon footprint, which has increased from 1972 till today at a rate of 5.32%. So we can see that how this power project has been criticized for reasons and for based on data, because UNESCO, because Sundarbans is a UNESCO heritage site, UNESCO and a number of other international organizations, they have taken up projects to understand the effect, environmental impact and effect of this project, and they came to a kind of similar conclusion about its detrimental impact on environment. However, what is interesting is that when we spoke with people over there, we spoke with scholars based in Dhaka who have also carried out field level data collection. They have argued that there are very interesting sort of understanding about Rampal power project to the people of that region. There was a human chain formed in Dhaka back in 2014-15 in protest of adopting Rampal power project. That human chain started from Dhaka and it took in major cities going to the Sundarban region. But the people living in that region did not let this happen. Why? They said, we don't represent government, we don't represent any, other vested, groups, but this is the project which has put us on the map. That before the power project was taken, you did not come to us, you did not ask us how we are living, you did not ask us if we have education, if we have job, so we want this. You can see that how people approach this particular project, which is environmentally extremely going to be detrimental to Bangladesh's, climate change battle. This is given approval by Department of Environment, which is under Bangladesh government. So this is what I'm pointing out, that people are arguing that this has put us on the map, and now you are coming and talking about environmental impact, but now my son does not have education, my son does not have any food on the table, So this is something that has created income generating activities for us. Therefore, we are for the project. So how we can see that people and there's a disconnect between the urban and the local, which I'm going to sort of coming in the next point, that Sundarbans in the Bangladesh part is virtually industrially virgin. This is what scholars have used to refer to economic activities of the people living in the region. Not only that, in the Indian part of the Sundarbans, there are 40% people who live under economic stress. So the entire region, the people have only two choices for income generating activities. One is that they go to the nearby city and do some menial jobs just for surviving on a day-to-day resources that they have near their hand. So therefore, it becomes very difficult for people to go there and to raise some consciousness about something that they think that may happen in 50 years' time. They are talking about what is going to happen in 7 days' time, 2 days' time. I do not have food, I do not have education, I do not have any income generating activities, so how am I going to survive today? What will happen to my son or my grandson is a question afar, because my son may not survive tomorrow because of lack of food, because of being affected, because there are not enough hospitals even in that region. And another example would be that there are a number of cyclones that took place over the years, because Bay of Bengal is one of the most cyclone-prone bay in the world. So after the cyclone, there is this use these trucks which has destroyed our communication with the nearby districts. So how do we know that what you are talking about, the impact of Rampal project, will happen? Because you do not know what is the day-to-day life. We are going to talk about that, how do we engage more with the local to save the global, because we are talking about tragedy of the commons. This is something that belongs to all of us, not only within the statist discourse, but unfortunately it's the state of Bangladesh that is responsible for the management of this region, right? So that is where we can see that environment is what makes us all global, all connected together, yet we are not able to identify it from the perspective of the people who have to make day-to-day, daily life interaction with the environment. And this, as I said, that if we do not see environment as interdependent and connected, that is where we make the mistake. And in this connection must have to take into account the role of multiple actors, and these stand and identify. So I used Walter Lippmann's, Discourse, which is the book published in 1922, titled as Public Opinion, that how academics, how experts frame some issues based on the urgency of the situation of a particular time. So often we see that, as previous paper pointed out, that we see it from international perspective. Only when COP26, COP27 is here, we are all talking about environment. And the next day, oh, okay, now we have to talk about gender issue. Oh no, next day we have to talk about something else. So, but we need a sustained approach where we need local people's involvement, because when we are talking about Sundarbans, how many people coming from Sundarbans on the forums and talking about Sundarbans? This is the question I pose to the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've surprisingly kept to time. I think now, before I throw this session open to the floor for questions, I presume, since we started late, we can go on till about 12:15. Is that right? All the papers were fascinating, and I think they all point up contradictions. And I think my favorite slide was the one by Tang. Yeah, you want to say something?
Yes, sir, I have a question to ask.
Sorry, what's he saying?
Sir, I said I have a question to ask.
Yeah, I'll just come to you in a moment. Yeah, and I think my favorite slide was the one choosing between fish and steel, because. Sorry? Yeah. So, as I was saying, I think this is something, for example, in Professor Bauman's paper, there was a last slide of people holding up mobile phones. And I was very struck by that, how mobile phones create a sense of local communities. But the fact remains that these mobile phones also increase what's called plasticine. I worked also with a forest community a long time ago, and what I discovered was that you declare a national park because you want to preserve the tiger, and there are communities living inside the so-called park. We call it a park; they don't call it a park. They have some other name for it. And then you think, then you need to displace them. And when you want to displace, dependent on the park for cutting grass. So when you declare a park, all that happens is that the bribery that they have to pay to enter the park and cut the grass goes up. While the same park is being used by the forest department to harvest bamboo, which is sold to the paper mill, also run by the state, for 1 rupee a quintal. And the same bamboo is sold to the local community for 60 rupees a quintal, which means all this paper that we are using for this conference is directly subsidized by these local communities. Which means our lives are subsidized by them. and because we want the environment to be protected in a particular kind of way. I think these are the kind of contradictions which are very difficult. And the other is the word community. The word community has a warm feeling to it. I mean, it has a cozy, warm feeling. It's completely fictive. I can imagine if you're living in a small little Midwestern American town, it has certain kind of theological roots from where I think...
I have one question related to this tourism. So my point is that, is it only about the, managing commons, or is it also about managing the livelihood and the standard of living of the people deciding beside the commons?
Okay, thank you. I think we'll just take a set of questions and then maybe all of you all can try and answer them. Yeah, please.
Well, thank you very much for these very, very interesting and professional presentations. I first ask my friend Michael Bauermann. He started with The Tragedy of the Commons by Garrett Hardin. And in his finals in Vietnam, and she noticed that the global discourse with Facebook is on the top. Maybe the global discourse in a state like Vietnam is necessary to have a bright, open discourse, because it's...
What you mentioned as terms or themes, according to CDA, and then about going to... that can be complemented with William Benoit's functional analysis of keynote addresses of these kinds of conventions. This gives a complete understanding how newspapers prioritize the content, because this methodology gives ample scope for subjectivity, but still, if this could be incorporated, that can be a wonderful work. This is to Bangladesh division. Indian division is by the presidency, the division of presidency, and I think it's Khulna division of Bangladesh. The population of India, take it with not a pinch of salt, but with a bucket of the salt. This is my kind observation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any more questions?
The question I'm telling you, yesterday all of us were given this bottle, but this water was too cold, so this water is given by the hotel where I stay. Now I brought this plastic bottle, I'm using it. My sense will say that I will not throw it here or there. I'll put in my bag the empty bottle, I'll give it back to the hotel where they recycle it. That is where you find, see, this whole notion of preservation happens at self, community, society, and then this is how it is. It's a transformation.
Okay, I think, would the speakers like to answer these questions? Who would like to go first?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. So it will take 1.5 hours now to answer all these questions. Let me first make a general point, which was what Ulrich said, and the last contact. Well, the course was what Yasmin said: do it of the local community for the future and be environmental efficient. So there is, on this level, should and cannot be a contradiction. Of course, this is a huge challenge. But her examples show that this is possible, to have a sustainability fisher system in a tradition. Maybe this also secures your income and for the future. So, but this is of course a challenge which must be met. Otherwise, it would be unfair and it would not work in the long run, I think. So this was that, and this I think you're quite right, but I said it already. It's the solution of the local commons is only one part. Say it again. Solution of local commons is not in the same point solution of the global commons. There's different kinds of problems involved here. And about the companies, I did not talk about the companies. Of course, corporate social responsibility. This is another subject which is, I think, has nothing to do with what I said so far. It's an important thing, but it's something else. Okay, so far. What?
Okay, please, Dr. Tan.
Question two, I think that of course in many discuss is from the top down, government from big figure, but anyway we can see that as a case study that I show there, you can see that is a fanpage, is that raised by a housewife, a female, and when the problem is issue is a common issue, so it attracts the public opinion, and when we raise our voice and citizens raise voice, so I think that is the global common can be the local common. So I think that is so it's a combination between the top down and bottom up. So I think that is the new media, both mass media in Vietnam and social media, we can combine to have the important environment discussed. So I think in my mind, I think that the global common can be the local common. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Professor Alleman, to your question about national and the local level issues, particularly, like, what is the paradox with the national and the local? My point is, like, when you present something as local, then it is, it shows up as something affecting me closely on every day. If you see it more as a national or international thing, it doesn't matter much. And a flood coming in the southernmost state of the country in India doesn't affect me in the north of India. I'm not much bothered about it in terms of climate change particularly, or thinking about the environment. So I would suggest, what I would like to have is that media should present the stories more in the local framework rather than international and national framework. That is what I meant. And thank you, Raja, for your suggestions. I would consider that. Thanks.
Thank you to Professor Raja. No, I have not brought in the issues of co-management by India and Bangladesh and the BAPA, Bangladesh Poribesh Rokha Andolon, meaning Bangladesh society that is working, organization that is working for protection of environment, because I wanted to rather first look at, this is first of many upcoming series of paper, hopefully, where I first looked at the disconnect between the local and the global, and local and the national. So that is something that I plan to do later on, to look at how co-management between the countries. What we are doing right now is co-management between the community and the government official, which has given rise to the points that you have mentioned, that the forest officials, they think that they are the kings of the region, and they control the management of the resources, and you have to give bribe for cutting off trees that usually belong to people. So this is something people have always sort of protested against. And one other thing that I'd like to point out in reference to your question, you see, I think it was in 2020 that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he pointed out that we are talking about COVID-19, but the real pandemic is violence against women, because every second person is a woman. And we are talking about women's issues, women's protection, and all of these almost always from theoretical, academic point of view, but this is something we have to practice at home, because gender is not something that you come to class, learn, go back home, write essay and be done with. Environment is just like that. As Professor Raja pointed out about the plastic bottle, that it rests on us. And that is why issues like gender, issues like environment is so difficult for us to manage, because if each and every person, we do not carry out our personal responsibilities and, come tomorrow, I get $1 billion and I get a plane for myself and not wait for the schedule of Bangladesh Biman to fly me in here, New Delhi, you see. So it depends on us how we manage this. It depends on like everyday small gestures. So this is something we cannot teach in the classroom. This is something I tell my students because I take classes on for UN peacekeepers about their gender training, what they do in the field, and I tell them that, look, how many of you in South Asia, the mosquito problem, so we have mosquito nets. So generally, it's the duty is on the wife to carry out the last duty at night of hanging the mosquito net. So I ask my male students, senior students, how many of you help your wife with at least this little gesture that you take care of the mosquito net? And most of them said, oh, we never thought of it this way. So it's like something that everyday practice, little practices that we need to do about whether we are talking about women's issues, whether we are talking about environment, because this starts with us, we are the polluters, it has to end with us, or else nothing is going to happen, no matter how much we talk about the Sundarbans or climate change or other issues. Thank you.
So, so thank you very much. There doesn't seem to, I don't think there are any more questions. In any case, I think we are well past time. It's 10 past 12. And I think so we'll end on that note of hopefulness that we should all take responsibility. Okay, so thank you very much for this wonderful session.
Thank you, Professor Harish, for chairing this session, and to all the presenters for sharing your research work with us. So we'll be taking a short tea break now, and as we are running a little late and we'll be very late for lunch, so I request all of you to kindly bring your tea in, and please sit here and take your snacks as well, so that we can begin with the next session in about 5 minutes. So we'll begin with the fourth session at about 12:20. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I have two PDs. I have two doctors.
Yeah, no. Actually, I'm this professor in German term. Of course, I'm not a professor in German. But I'm also PD.
I'm in Vietnam. I'm professor. Okay, please take your seat. We start again. Huh? No, at the moment not, because we need some fresh air. We do that later. Oh. Okay, then we stop the air conditioner. Maybe we have to open it again, because here, or you change to go to some different. Okay. You keep it on, please. Begin.
I would request everybody to kindly settle down as we are starting with the next session. So the name of our next session is Discourses on Policies and Narratives in Environmental Challenges. Professor Detlef Briesen will be chairing this session, and following are the presenters for this session: Dr. Patrick, Ms. Ririn, Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak, Mr. Timo, and Dr. Devendra Raj. I request Professor Detlef to kindly take forward the conference proceedings. Thank you so much, sir.
I feel very honored that I share this, I think, very important session. I think today in the morning we have heard already some very important keywords, and we have discussed the dialectics between the local on the one hand and the global on the other hand. And some of the keywords we have had so far is societal self-organization, in the German tradition, subsidiarity. So, because we are coming from Germany, and in Germany we have a long tradition of subsidiarity, so of societal self-organization. And this has been referred to endogenic potentials in a very important discourse which is taking place for more than 40 or even 50 years now. We have heard something about the differences between bottom-up and top-down approaches, and the very necessary connection between environmental policies and daily life. So how environmental policies might be based on something which is affecting the daily life of people. Because it's looking like that's something which is going to mobilize, to enforce environmental policies on different levels of societies and also on different international and national agendas. So I'm very happy now that we have a contribution from Indonesia by Professor Patrick Ziegenhain and Ririn Sefsani, and they will talk about how does environmental policy emerge and how is it prevented in Indonesia. And I find it especially interesting to have a look or to see the word prevented. So who is preventing environmental policies in Indonesia? And I'm looking forward very much to your presentation, and I give you the floor.
Okay, hello, yeah, hello, good afternoon, selamat pagi semuanya. Dan I will, My name is Patrick Zinger, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to take part in this conference. Thank you very much for all the organizers. Thank you very much also for the sponsors. And so I'm here representing and talking about Indonesia, since I'm already very many years here. I will start with this presentation, and after 5 or 6 slides, I will take over to my colleague, Ms. Ririn Sefsani, who is sitting here. She will also speak the second part of this presentation. We will talk about media and environmental destruction in Indonesia. What is the connection? And I think this refers also to what have been previously discussed in this conference series. And here we put it to the Indonesian context. So let's start with the introduction. Of course, the original idea is that let's say media, let's say that what people know and what people perceive about environmental destruction very often is not only that they are direct personal experience, but also that what they receive from the media. The word climate change, for example, we already discussed this morning. Let's say how people see this. Is this far away, or is this rather an effect which is directly important for daily lives at the local level? So it's important that media inform and also create an awareness of environmental destruction and what's happening on the planet. It's we'll look at Indonesia about this, and so the particular look at the role of media, what they can play as agenda setters in terms of environmental awareness, but also their influence on the environmental policy in the country. Yesterday, we talked about Indonesia in environmental policies from Mas Fikri and Dr. Tanya. So I will not go too much into the details of environment policy, but rather focus on the connection between media and environment in Indonesia, and as Professor Priesen already mentioned, what prevents them, what's the difficulties of the media in Indonesia. So what kind of methods did we use? Rinef Sani and me, we did a literature analysis. There are not so many academic texts about this, but there's, of course, a lot of journalistic articles or in the internet blogs and whatever. So you can find a lot of examples how media and environmental destruction are connected. And they also particularly provide legal support for journalists who are in legal difficulties because of their coverage in environmental affairs. Then we talked with Sensi Suhadi. He's from Indonesia's biggest environmental NGO. I mean, Greenpeace is well known, but Walhi is the biggest NGO very important on, let's say, environmental issues. And the fourth person we talked is Pustar Maitar. He's the chairman of Econusa. He's from eastern Indonesia. And maybe you're aware that most, let's say, economic development is focused on the western part of Indonesia, particularly on the island of Java. But in the eastern part, there is a lot of intact rainforest and nature, and that's where, in the eastern part of Indonesia, where most of the, let's say, environmental destruction are happening. So that's very important also to talk with somebody who is caring about environment in eastern Indonesia. These were our 4 interview partners for this. Now let's come, Indonesia. I think you're familiar where it's located and how big it is. It's 5,000 kilometers from west to east in 3 different time zones. We see there an enormous transformation of the flora and fauna and the environment in the last 100 years. On the picture on the left, let's say the forest coverage of the island of Borneo, or Kalimantan as the Indonesians say. We can see that in the year 1950, nearly the whole island was completely covered by forest or rainforest. And then you can see how this developed to the year 2020. Within 70 years, more than half or nearly 70% of the forest have been cut down or transformed into plantation or palm oil plantations particularly. And so it's an enormous environmental degradation which took place. I've been several times, and of course, Rin Safsani also several times in Kalimantan. When the trees are cut down, there is not, the soil is not suitable for example, farming or rice growing. It's like a savanna. Sometimes I can compare it with New Delhi here, or with Delhi here. It's also a huge, very crowded city. There is water pollution, river pollution, deforestation I already mentioned, also the problems with waste management. These are common problems. The thing is, that's what I proposed for the follow-up project, that it's not, mostly also a lot of this environmental pollution is done by state-owned enterprises. So it's not only the private sector or greedy companies who are, let's say, destroy the environment, but it's in many cases, state-owned enterprises, also influential state institutions like police or military, they are involved in all these economic destruction. Now let's come a bit to the problem of media, what I would like to talk. And media ownership is already quite problematic. I mean, maybe I need to say that Indonesia is very often described as the biggest democracy in Southeast Asia, and after India, the second biggest democracy worldwide. Meaning, as we could see, we could think in a democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, no suppression of critical opinion, but the reality is unfortunately less gloomy for Indonesia. So Indonesian media in general do not report extensively about environmental destruction. This is really very rarely, and critical reports about environmental problems are not often featured in media, be it TV, be it radio or newspapers. Now we can ask, why is this? Is there so little awareness among the people, or is there no need? We think this also has to do, one reason for this is media ownership. And here on the right is that their activities are reported critically in the media, but rather, let's say, keep everything under the carpet. So that's one reason, ownership, and these people vested interests. And also there is a shrinking space, meaning a lot of these already existing conglomerates try over the other ones, which are maybe more independent and still have, I mean, it's not that everything is...
Security risk for mining or deforestation issues. So, and mostly the biggest case of environmental destruction take place in the remote island. And mostly the biggest media are in the national level. So you can imagine there are not many. Okay. So let's go to the last slide. How to build more security for journalists reporting about environmental security protection, either from the company or from the media and also from the government. So Dr. Patrick mentioned before about conflict of journalists with the media owner, because the media owner mostly, I would like to say, all of the big media of Indonesia, they have very close connection and also got sponsor from the private business people. So many of journalists, we provide or some of the idea already implementing. Actually, there are joint trade union and professional organizations, so as like Aliansi Jurnalis Independent. That's one of the biggest journalist organization in Indonesia. They are more independent and very somehow really pay attention to do advocacy if something or many cases happen to the journalists. And promotion or more independent critical media as well. And they make like a cooperation under WikiLeaks to covering or work together for kind of very sensitive issue on the environmental case. So why they work together? Because to protect themselves, and also the possibility way to publish their investigation. So sometimes for the sensitive issue, many of NGOs or development aid projects who work in Indonesia, they give a fellowship to the journalists to do investigation or special report about case of mining or deforestation, this strategy can be more safe for the journalists, so they will not get a pressure from the owner of the media.
Some related insights from India as well. So thank you very much, for, Dr. Naik, for coming here, and we are all looking with great excitement.
Next, thanks. At first, I'd like to give my thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present my paper over here. As my topic is environmental resistance in India, special reference to Northeast India. Before going in details about the topic, let us understand the causes, implications, and outcomes of resource appropriations. Since I'm talking about here the environmental resistance or protest or movements, definitely we need to understand about the resource appropriations. As we see globally or nationally or locally, the major region of resource appropriation is the execution of large-scale development, enormous environmental degradations, disposition of lands, loss of livelihood, then landlessness, joblessness, homelessness, food security, and loss of common resources. And at last, the most important is the marginalization of indigenous communities. So these are the causes and implications of resource appropriation across the globe, and in case of India too. And what are the outcomes of these resource appropriations, and that leads to the environmental movements? These above outcomes of development projects leads to environmental movements against state for either stopping or changing or bringing certain reforms in the project. It means the main objective of environmentals is to either bring change or to bring certain reforms or to stop the project. So these are the three objectives of environmental movements. My study is at first to explain the nature of resource appropriations made by different industrial and developmental projects in India, and how these projects are causing resource conflicts between local inhabitants and the state. The second objective is to study the nature of environmental movements in India and identify variables that play an important role in the success and failure of movements in India in general and Northeast India in particular. The third objective of my study is to study the role of agencies like global, transnational, domestic ideologies or institutions, networks, media, civil society, and how it shapes the course of environmental movements in India in general and Northeast India in particular. So let's focus about the methodology about my study. The study is historical and analytical in nature, and I have used both primary and secondary data, and it has taken the time period of colonial, post-colonial, and the post-economic era. So these are the three eras that I have taken into account to analyze the outcome of the study. So let us first see the colonial period, how the resource appropriations took place and environmental movements went on in India. As you know that the forest was a natural property before the colonial period. But when the colonial Britishers came into India and they ruled over India, by implementing number of forest policies, and the state resources became the state property. That I have given you. The first Indian Forest Act came into existence in 1865 by the Britishers. The second was in 1875. So, and the third one is the land acquisition policy of 1894. So these are the three forest policies or land acquisition policies which led to the large scale of resource appropriations during the colonial period. And they converted the natural forest into the state property. It means the forest became the state property and which the people, they get marginalized to access their land or forest. Earlier, the forest were used to be the customary land. So look at the environmental movements that took place in India during the colonial period. There are a number of forest and movements, protests that were taken place during that period, but what are the state actions? What are the outcome of that resistance? Is it was those movements were successful or failure? And if success, what are the reasons behind it? And if it get failures, then what are the reasons behind it? So that I have analyzed, see the table, there are a number of environmental movements that took place, and among all those movements, only one got successful. Each and every movements were being suppressed by the colonial state, because the movements were local in nature by that time. The local movements were not getting any, the government not want to intervene in that area because it has its, because of security reasons. It had its good relations with the Tibet and Nepal because that land is near to that neighboring countries. Second, in the post-colonial area, that is similarly I have same policy, the colonial policy were still going on in India, like 1865 Forest Act, 1894. Then successively, the government of India also continued the same policy of the colonial forestry policy, and subsequently they introduced number of forest policy. It means there was no difference between colonial forestry and post-independence India forest policy. The same policy were continued, and gradually they took lots of forest appropriations or land appropriations, and that led to the large scale of displacement and environmental degradations. Similarly, in case earlier the forest was in the state list, but they, in the 42nd Amendment 1976, they got into the concurrent list. It means the state has the strict, heavy control on the forest, and gradually the common men, they lost their rights over the land, which were earlier they considered as their customary rights. And what are the status of this act? The colonial policy still continued in the post-independence era. It strengthened the state's control over the forest, so that I have already told you. Even if sometimes there are lots of protests and movements, and through this forest policy of 1988 and 2006, they tried to empower tribal people or indigenous people, giving certain concessions, but this policy were not properly implemented by the government, and these are not successful afterwards. Let's see the nature and the character of the movements that took place in India. That I have divided the post-independence period into two parts. One is 1960s to 70s, where I have only mentioned about the popular movements like Hirakud Dam, Bhakra Dam, and Damodar Valley project. These are the basically river valley development projects. And if you see the status of the movement, these movements were suppressed by the state and its get failed. There were, the movement was huge, but it didn't get any success. This movement didn't get any external support or suppressed in the name of national building, because these are the projects basically in the 70s, in the early years of independence. And all the movements were being suppressed by the independent India in the name of national building. But the situation got changed in 70s and 90s. Look at, these are the movements: Chipko movement, the movement against Tehri Dam, Narmada Mocha Andolan, and Salem Valley movement. These are the movements. This got successful, and the state was forced to either stop the project or brought some changes or certain reforms. So these are the projects basically got successful, and they brought many reforms in these projects. Why? So there is a difference between the 1960s and 70s. These movements got both internal and external support, like transnational ideologies, transnational alliances, and transnational networks. Let me explain this way. You see, if we see this graph, since 80s onwards, there are a number of organizations they increased. you see 1953 to 1973, the organizations are very less. Even if the nature and movements of the local protest and movements were there, they were not getting any support from external agencies. But 80s onwards, the local movements or local protests, they got support from the global agencies or transnational ideologies or transnational networks. That's why the movement got success. Then, coming to this post-liberation era, or this post-economic reform era, the thing is, the variables, those who were working during the post-independence era, that didn't work in the post-economic reform era. So I have taken the two case study. One is against the bauxite mining by Utkal Alumina International Limited and other forest mining companies at Kasipur of Rayagada district of Odisha, which displaced about 5,000 families and in 100 villages. The movement got huge support from the local and ideologies and transnational institutions or networks. Similarly, in this case also, they got huge support from the outside, but still the movement was suppressed by the state and it get failed. The reason is that the project was supported by both ruling and opposition political parties. Even if it was supported by many other things, it was not supported by the opposition parties. The project was supported by both ruling and opposition parties. That's why that movement got failed. But in the similar, there another case study, if you see, 2005 to 13, that is against the bauxite mining by Vedanta Alumina Limited at Lanjigod in Kolahandi district of Odisha. The movement got huge support from the local and national and international levels, and it got successful because the project was not supported by the opposition party. It means if you see, the same variable is not working all the time. It is the strategic locations that worked in colonial period. It is the transnational supports that work in 80s and 90s. But that same variable didn't work in post-economic reform era. It is the support of opposition parties that worked a lot during the post-economic reform era. If you see the case of Nandigram and Singur, that's also happened the same. There are a number of support, but when the opposition parties support the Nandigram and Singur.
Full presentation. I take with me that you did a very great multi-level analysis of different actors being involved into environmental policies and politics in India, for example, and that you were trying to identify factors for the success or failure of these different attempts to stop or to modify environmental complicated or hampering projects. And I think we have a lot to discuss about your very good presentation later, so I thank you very much for that. And I now give the floor to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore's title is No Panic, the discourse on the Fukushima disaster in Japan. So Mr. Moore, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yes, but I saw that there's the so. Sorry for the slight delay. I'm gonna. Yeah, the image is not showing. Okay, never mind. I also want to thank the organizers and the sponsors for making the possibility to meet all here in New Delhi, and I'm very happy to be in India, so thank you very much for this opportunity. So I will shift a little bit the center of focus from
South Asia, Southeast Asia to more of East Asia, and then we'll talk a little bit about Japan. And what I wrote is the aspects of civil engagement, media, and environmental issues in Japan and their interconnectedness. So my structure of work was, what is even civic movement in Japan? What does it mean? What is its history and its trends? And I pose a rather negative picture, so please bear with me on this topic. And the next one are indeed the environmental factors I was writing about, and I will speak about later, about the COVID-19 and the Fukushima topics and their significance for civil society engagements and media culture on the basis of these environmental issues. And then, as a last point, I want to talk about social media, as some other presenters already talked about too, as potential platforms for civic networking. So, there was a time in Japan when civil society commitment was much more visible from the outside than it might be today. Especially the then younger part of the civil society voiced their opinions on the streets in the 1960s and 1970s. Protests at that time were not only louder, they were also more violent. This higher potential for violence, of course, attracted the attention of the broader media landscape, national as well as international. Probably the best known incident of this era was the assassination of the leader of the Japan Socialist Party, Inejiro Asanuma, by the 17-year-old right-wing extremist Otoya Yamaguchi. And this is, this would be the picture that you can't see right now. So, the picture on the right side, the non-existent picture on the right side. This picture should depict the moments after the assassination attempt. And this picture, this white block right here, was so popular that it won the Pulitzer Prize back then. So, behold. One of the largest protests were the so-called Anpo struggle in the 1959 to the 1960s and again in 1970. Those protests, massive in size, was led against the United States-Japan Security Treaty, which allowed the former nation to install numerous military bases on Japanese home ground, thus establishing a foreign military presence. Hundreds of thousands voiced their opinion against such an influence, but to no avail. So, speaking in more general terms, historically, Japan knows how to organize big protests, but lost its momentum along the way. Protests nowadays lack the demographics of younger people, which poses to be a problem. Those younger people, this younger generation, do not tend to be utterly apathetic. They rather take their protests and opinion elsewhere. Due to technological advancements, it has become decisively easy to carry dissatisfaction and protest onto various social media sites or platforms. Yet, despite these virtual possibilities, there are lingering personal issues that need to get addressed too. Focusing on oneself to achieve individual goals relating the job market or studies do not leave much room for further activities outside these work-related issues. One student said that I have opinions on issues, but everyone is too busy trying to get by with studies or a part-time job to pay for university, so that there is no time to take part in movements or protests. So apparently it is not easy for young job-seeking prospects to voice a political opinion or oppose those being in power. Such an outspokenness would hurt them in their job hunting, evoking unwanted reactions of potential employers, or fellow citizens. Being considered an individualist can be a danger in Japan. this status is already not supported in schools and is not welcomed for employment. The strong enthusiasm as Tokyo won the bid for the Games soon gave way to an increasingly negative attitude against actually hosting the Games. The spreading effects of the pandemic, so the first environmental topic I will cover, in Japan led to debates at the beginning of 2020 as to whether the Games should be postponed or even cancelled altogether. In the end, the first option was chosen and the Games were moved to the summer of 2021. What was not missing, however, were the protests of some Japanese citizens who began years ago to demonstrate against hosting the Olympics. Their civil society engagement was not directly directed against the Games, but also against other issues such as Fukushima, the second environmental issue. The name of this group to be discussed here is so-called Hangurin no Kai, or roughly the Anti-Olympics Group. This group was founded in 2013 and had a relatively small number of 12 core members. It was composed of activists who lived together in a homeless tent community in Yoyogi Park, right at the heart of Tokyo. They began protesting against the then still upcoming Olympics when the route that some IOC members were taking on a visiting tour was cleared of homeless people. Sonja Gansevoort, who did some research on this group and where I got the information original from that such a group even existed, says that such an anti-Olympics movement in Japan tends to consist of veterans who have continued their oppositional work outside the spotlight since the 1960s and 1970s, and more recently have become associated with the anti-nuclear movement. Within a few years of its founding in 2013, the group became increasingly globally networked with other international anti-Olympics movements. This developed to such an extent that it invited people to the first transnational anti-Olympics summit in Tokyo in July 2019. Organizers from Rio de Janeiro, Pyeongchang, Paris, Los Angeles, and Jakarta came together for a week-long meeting. The times where this group got covered in media were not always good times for them. On December 2021, a documentary was aired by the NHK Osaka broadcasting station where a man was falsely labeled to be paid by anti-Olympic movements to voice against the Olympic Games. NHK admitted on January 9th this year that indeed those allegations were not true, but denied any accusations of it being intentional. The documentary focused on a filmmaker who interviewed those who were opposed of the holding of the Olympic Games, and an interviewee was the anonymous man in question. This incident forced Hungary no Kai into publishing a statement that in no cases they pay people to root for their causes. They also fear that those kinds of allegations severely harm the reputation of anti-Olympics groups and undermine the protest movement. As we all know, COVID happened and forced Tokyo into its fourth state of emergency through the Games. Yet the numbers of positive corona cases still rose every day, leading up to the start of the Olympics, not just among Tokyo residents, but also among people connected to the Games. Of course, they did not remain hidden to the public. People took to the streets, raising their concerns about the Games, and their stance was clear. The Olympics should not take place while COVID-19 is threatening the lives of people in Japan. But despite this outcry, despite all the negativity around the Olympics, they were being held. During 2011, more than ever before, activists could pick up ways to get themselves be heard without the public or political parties interpreting them as controversial or overly extreme. they received the open support from all fronts, be it from celebrities or conservative politicians. This fervent activism, though, soon became more fragile. Political decisions were either deemed wrong or out of touch from reality. Contaminated earth piling up next to roads, the still upheld evacuation of population, the stalled decommissioning of nuclear reactors, as well as the failure to return nature and life to its pre-disaster form, left many Japanese citizens and activists angry and disappointed. This feeling of not being properly listened to seemed to strengthen again the apathy and hopelessness that was felt before, which again leads to a lack of interest in politics. Mesimeki points to the World Value Survey findings that a lot more Japanese than in other industrialized countries are disillusionized and cynical of the democratic and governmental institutions as a result of the soft paternalism of the Japanese state, which aims to produce calm and submissive citizenry. The organization Greenpeace Japan stated that safety in the areas around the Fukushima nuclear power plant was by no means assured. A measurement of radiation levels near the J Village Sports and Event Center, the set starting point for the torch relay of the Olympic Games, showed radiation levels of 71 microsieverts per hour, which is 1,775 times higher the radiation level at the site before the nuclear disaster. So to put it into perspective, a stay of approximately 2 days at the J Village, the body would have consumed radiation levels of a normal year. The war in Ukraine since February 2022 led to a rethinking of energy cooperation and consumption not only in Europe, but in Japan as well. Japan, highly dependent on energy imports, is now planning a shift back to nuclear power. The goal is to restart idle reactors and even to conceptualize new plants through cutting-edge technology. In order to avert further pressures on the nation's power networks, which crumbled under high demand, and to reduce the country's reliance on energy imports, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida announced that the government will investigate the development and buildings of additional reactors. Already next summer, 7 nuclear reactors are scheduled to restart, pushing the total number of reactors since 2011 to 17 out of 33 total. Kishida also proposed to extend the lifespan of already powered up reactors beyond their original 60 years. Through Russia's relentless aggression, the pendulum of public opinion swings again, now gaining ground in support to turn idle reactors active again. Kishida advertised this stance as an opportunity to gain access to green transformation. Nuclear powers and renewable energies playing a pivotal role in this transformation. To get legal approval could be time-consuming too, though. To restart reactors, there must be consent given by local municipalities. Those same local municipalities that still notice opposition from the civic sector and therefore could protract a definite decision for years to come. Beside the planned restarting of reactors next year, Greens Japan do highly oppose, a political party, Greens Japan, do highly oppose another environmental factor that is set to begin in the near future. Last year in April, the Japanese government approved the release of stored cooling waters, which was used to cool the nuclear fuel and logically therefore became also contaminated through the radiation material. This decision has been up for debate for quite some time. In October 2020, Japanese media reported that the government decided to dump said waters back into the ocean. This was the only choice, according to testimony from Shinichiro Koizumi, then Japan's environment minister. A storage space for the radiation-contaminated water would run out in 2022. the chiefs of the national and Fukushima fishery federations met with Yoshihide Suda, an ex-prime minister. They change rather often in Japan, and expressed their vehement objections, while numerous local governments and councils in the Fukushima prefecture voiced their opposition a week before this decision. 42 out of 59 local governments, councils in the Fukushima prefecture submitted opposing comments. Japan's neighbors took notice of this decision too. The foreign minister of South Korea stated deep regret prior to the decision, and the Chinese foreign minister also urged Japan to act responsibly, considering the health and well-being of the Chinese people as well as international public interests. It remains to be seen how the tide will transport the diluted waters into national territories of East Asian and Southeast Asian countries, and how they will react if they may measure any radiation contamination. So as it turns out, even with this topic, civic engagement could so far not hinder political decisions. As it stands now, the water will be spilled back into the sea, and only time will tell if this will have any negative repercussions. In Japan, it is comparatively easy to connect and stay in contact with one another. Approximately 68 million Japanese have a Twitter account, and over 94 million out of the 120 have a Line account. Sadly, even with those high numbers, social media remains insignificant for the potential of civic movement. There are even problems for users who want to express their dissatisfaction. Twitter recently revealed that the Japanese government had ordered a significant number of content takedowns from a record number of accounts in 2021. 95% of the requests coming from only 5 nations, whereas Japan was included with a share of 43%. Albeit most of the orders were related to drugs, obscenity, and financial offenses, not all of them included such offenses. According to Sinead McSweeney, Vice President of Global Public Policy and Philanthropy at Twitter, the social media platform experiences unprecedented hurdles as governments throughout the world try to intervene and delete information more frequently. In his eyes, it is imperative that close attention must be paid to this extremely concerning trend, which threatens both privacy and the right to free speech of its users. Twitter Japan appeared to be attempting to defend Suga and the Japanese government. According to a July 2021 report from Global Voices, Twitter Japan, in a seemingly politically motivated matter, suspended accounts that tweeted critical comments about the Japanese government and subsequently reinstated them after a public outcry without giving a reason. Each time the user criticized the Japanese government's methods. But still, there seemed to be enough coverage about environmental problems. According to research, among the 7 nations examined, the amount of climate change coverage in the Japanese media is around average. Whatever flaws we find in the media, the majority of Japanese people are aware of a threat posed by climate change. Denial is unheard of, and the government and business community are continuously promoting new sustainability projects. The lack of climate strikes in Japan may therefore be due to the fact that the issue is in fact publicly known but perceived as being handled properly. The main problem is maybe not the question about whether Japanese media coverages environmental topics enough. It is maybe more about whether Japanese media is more about the missing sense of urgency to tackle the seriousness of the now fast-paced evolving problems of climate crisis. The progressive delegitimization of citizen-led confrontational politics is probably the best explanation for the lack of activity on this front. This procedure pessimistically portrays modern Japanese civil society as having been substantially depoliticized and co-opted by the state, as well as ideas of socially engaged citizenship. So, civil society, for a closing word, they protest. Political parties, they raise concerns in forms of open letters, for example, and the media reportings are, in general, are still highly interested in environmental issues. But the Japanese civil society participation is not sufficient to make a lasting impression on Japanese lawmakers. There's specifically a lack of a broader younger generation, as well as a certain sense that individual efforts can bring about change in civil society processes in Japan. But those changes, of course, need to be made because environmental issues, the global warming, it does not wait for a civil society to take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. I think we had 3 presentations already on the limits of politicalization, and we continue with the paper of Devendra Raj Madanagopal on politicization of environmental protection in India versus the emergence of a political field. And I presume that we will have some similar findings as we have had in the 3 preceding papers already. So, Dr. Madanagopal, I give you the floor.
Yeah. Thank you for the organization. Actually, my topic was differently noted in the pamphlet. That is fine. So this is my topic, that on the missing links in climate change communication in 2 Eastern Indian states, problems, politics, and solutions. So this is the chapter that we have already submitted. I, along with my co-author, wrote this chapter. So this chapter describes the missing links in climate change communication by focusing on 2 print media journals in 2 Eastern Indian states. And in this chapter, we analyze how the print newspapers describe climate change issues, which is somewhat relevant to the presentation that was made by Manish Tiwari. But here I present some new insights that how newspapers perceive and how they report climate change and related issues. So this is the overview of my presentations. Yeah. Climate change in India is real, and we have already started witnessing the impacts of climate change and risk in different forms. And we have growing scientific evidence that these trends will increase in the future, both globally and locally. But the way that news media report climate change issues is something different. Mostly the print news journals report climate change news as a kind of political conflict. So here, overall, after describing the political framing of climate change communication, focusing on 2 Eastern Indian states, I also describe the recent trends that have happened, like how local media outlets started reporting climate change issues in their media outlets, and what are the efforts that were made by other local activist groups to report climate change issues. Yeah. So initially, to begin with, I want to show some scientific evidence that why climate change and risks along the eastern coast of India is something more severe than the western coast of India. So we have growing evidence to show that climate change associated with variability is evident, and it will increase the vulnerability of natural, physical, and human systems. And particularly, not all regions in India are equally vulnerable to climate change. There are some regions, there are particular coastal districts in India are more vulnerable than the other regions. A large proportion of population are actually reside in 3 coastal megacities in India. One is Chennai, other one is Mumbai, and the third one is Kolkata. Scientifically, Kolkata cannot be considered as a coastal megacity, but given because it is located around 150 kilometers away from the seashore, but given its deltaic settings and given its impacts to marine processing, these cities can, Kolkata can also be considered as a coastal megacity. And for example, if you happen to see these three cities, almost all the three cities have some common problems: high density population, rapid and unplanned urbanization, and poor governance systems. And climate change exacerbates the existing local issues, and it intensifies the existing stress in multiple forms. Yeah. So how our media reports climate change? So this is the thing, to begin with, I can use the, thank you. So to begin with, let me show some data. So between 1997 to 2009, media coverage in India increased only by 2.9 times, whereas 10.5 times in Australia and 16.4 times in Indonesia. The Indian media primarily covers international politics and environmentalist activist groups. Primarily, the media reporting in India focuses only on international issues, but not on local climate change impacts. And also, it fails to communicate between legislatures and climate scientists. A scientist failed to explain the scope of climate change. So what are the reasons behind this? Journalists in India are actually unable to categorize the direct and indirect impacts of climate change, because most of the print media journals have shortage of funds. They also do not have effective journalists to report the real climate change impacts. They do not have enough scientific expertise. Recent research study suggests that three main barriers to climate change communication to increase public engagement: scientific literacy, socio-cultural factor, and a lack of sense of agency. So compared to Western media, Indian media do not report climate skepticism. Almost all the Indian media accept climate change is real, but they politicize climate change issue in a different way. For example, in this presentation, I will be just focusing only on two states. The two states, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Particularly, I am focusing on print news journals, both English and Tamil and Bengali newspapers. Okay. So again, I am showing that why these two states. These two states are particularly vulnerable because both of them are coastal states, and both of them have had a long history of climate change vulnerability, and and a large proportion of population of these two states actually resides very near to coastal zones. So these are some of the evidences. So it is not just climate change issue, but some other issues also intensifies the existing vulnerability of the people of these two states. For example, both the states face acute water crisis. Very recently, both the states have started witnessing severe cyclones for over the past 10 years. Actually, the climate crisis is not just focused only on coastal region. Climate crisis and the resulting acute water crisis is also very much evident in the interior districts of Tamil Nadu and as well as West Bengal. So we have many recent scientific evidence to demonstrate that the southeastern Tamil Nadu is one of the climate change hotspots, not just in India, but also in the entire South Asia. Yeah. So again, the question is whether print news journals, print newspapers do not report climate change or not. No, it is not. Actually, they are reporting, but it is based on events. For example, in 2015 and in 2017, the Tamil newspapers extensively reported about the flood-related events. So we can find, many, if you type in Google about these December 2015 floods, we can find lots of, visual images that clearly shows that how flood event crippled the entire state for over the past for over the 3 months. Yeah. So likewise, West Bengal is also equally vulnerable to climate change impacts. West Bengal is particularly vulnerable to climate change impacts because of sea level rise, flooding, and also severe cyclones and thunderstorms. This region was actually between 2000 to 2020, this region was severely hit by severe storms and cyclonic storms. Some of the earlier presentations have already discussed about Sundarbans, so I do not want to discuss much about Sundarbans, but apart from Sundarbans, I also want to discuss about how the policy reports of the state government of West Bengal represent climate change. For example, if you happen to see the West Bengal State Action Plan on Climate Change, we can see that most of the adaptation strategies are short-term. They do not have long-term solutions. And the report is largely gender-blind. So they do not diversify the social vulnerability of the resource-dependent communities of the West Bengal. For example, in West Bengal, not everyone is equally, vulnerable to climate change, particularly the people who live in Sundarbans and tribal communities and the fisher folk. They are the ones who are highly vulnerable to climate change. But this state action plan on climate change generalizes the people as a kind of homogeneous community and are largely gender blind. So, despite extensive climate change vulnerability, West Bengal, lags behind in taking climate action. So it is also one of the poorest performing states when it comes to sustainable development as well. Okay. So coming to media, so this is the discussion that have already been done by Manish Tiwari. So, for example, if you happen to see the estimates of 2020 to 2021, the highest number of publications are actually published in Hindi, and 2,432 publication in English, and 885 publication in Tamil. Likewise, in 2019 to 2022, because of COVID, the selling of newspapers and journals have got decreased, but again, it got increased. Apart from that, the range of readers, paper readers, by using media apps have got extensively increased. So in around 2.5 decades ago, Chapman, they wrote this influential book that how environmentalism is differentially perceived in India and UK. And this is true even after 2.5 decades. So in this book, the authors highlighted the fragmented nature of mass media in India due to the country's extreme heterogeneous nature along the lines of state, languages, politics and geographies. And though English newspaper interlink the majority of urban region, not all English newspapers are equally widespread all across the country. For example, the Hindu is largely popular only in southern India. Telegraph is famous in the eastern India, particularly in Kolkata, in West Bengal. Likewise, the New Indian Express is also popular in South India, but not in North India. Whereas the Times of India is highly popular in North India, but not South India. So how Indian adults perceive climate change? So this is also one of the extensive report that was published by the Yale University. So they conducted field research to analyze the climate change perception of Indian adults, and they found some interesting insight that Indian adults largely agree that climate change is real. But there is a fragmentation nature. Let me explain that Indian adults largely believe that scientists and the media and the environmental organizations are the most trusted sources of information, but not news media outlets. Okay, so now I'm coming to the case that I made. Yeah, Okay. So 2 minutes is very less. Okay. Okay. So I will just provide an overview. Okay. So when it comes to Tamil Nadu, 3 newspapers are so popular. One is Daily Tandi and Dinakaran, and the other one is Dinamalar. So Daily Tandi, largely reports only on crime and cinema news, but not on environment and climate change issues. Recently, so many, news, particularly during the COVID period, Tamil the Hindu started giving more cinema reviews, but less importance to environment and climate change issues. Okay. So this is the point that I have already noted. Another newspaper that I want to say is Dinamani. So if we continuously happen to read Dinamani editorial column, we will start thinking about politicizing climate change. Because it gives it gives an impression that the Western nations are the ones who are largely to blame to climate change, but not South Asian nations, including India. Okay. So during the COVID period, the Indian media outlets started giving more importance to economic development, but less importance to environment and climate change issues. So coming to another case that we made, that is West Bengal. So in the case of West Bengal, yeah. I'm very sorry, but okay. I will just give some 1 minute and I will close it. Yeah, thank you. So when it comes to West Bengal, we cannot find big difference between Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Even the case of West Bengal, the misrepresentation of climate change is something very huge. And as we can see, it gives more importance to advertisement, cinema, but not to environment related issues. Okay, so what are the other steps that we can do? Many, environmental activist groups and other organizations have come forward and they started producing many animated films, and also some English media outlets started giving more importance to that, how Sundarbans is largely getting affected to climate change. And the visual images and the storytelling way of portraying climate change is one of the effective ways that we need to give more emphasis in the future. So this is if you happen to see, Vede, this is freely available in YouTube. You can see that how this global warming, intensifies the climate refugees. So apart from that, Doordarshan, also started giving more emphasis to environment and climate change issues in the recent period. Okay, so what journalists can do? Journalists can do, can make storytelling. They can give more visual images, and they can also do more field work to understand that how climate change is actually impacting resource-dependent communities, and how it differentially impacts different types of communities in the state. These are the things that we can, that the journalists and the print newspapers can do. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry for having interrupted you, but I think we're having some time constraints, because we still want to discuss the very great findings of these wonderful papers. And so thank you very much again. I think we had great presentations and great findings, very important findings with these 4 papers. And unluckily we are very late already, but I think we should give time for discussion. So please, who is going to be the first to comment on these very interesting papers? Unluckily I don't know your name, but please. Okay, microphone.
Thank you for such wonderful presentations. My question is to Dr. Nayak, I'm sorry. So you mentioned that Indian environmental movement, if you see in 1970s up to present, there was successful environmental movement, but as well as some major concern is recognitions. You mentioned that national, international and all the other agencies which is responsible for that movement, but when we are concerning about that movement, the major participant, the community, which is absent in academia as well as the political environmental discourse. So the Chipko movement or Narmada Bachao movement, they are the major chunk of Dalit populations who participate there. But the thing, if you see that academic discourse as well as the environmental discourse, political discourse, their presence is really abolished. It is ostensibly, obviously. So what is your take on it? Another one is, you just mentioned, you have taken, my question is, Dr., I think the last speaker, I don't know your name, please. So you mentioned, you just referred to one Bengali newspaper, Anandabajar. Though Anandabajar is a kind of forefront Bengali newspaper, but they have the concern to environmental issues. But there are other Bengali newspapers also, because Anandabajar is a kind of Calcutta newspaper, is focused on basically the southern part of Bengal. But if you see the environmental entire politics or movement in North Bengal, in especially that Siliguri and other part of the Bengal, there are strong political as well as academic discourse on environment, because that part comes under that environmental or that preservations. So what is your take on it?
Okay, thank you. I think we should have some more questions, and then we give the presenters the chance to reply to these questions. So I think, yes, please. I think you were the first one. No. It's okay.
So my question is for the general audience as well as Dr. Nayak. So when it comes to resistance or social movements, why there is absence of caste discourse? Because when we talk about this resistance to appropriation of resources, we start from colonialism, we go to indigenous communities, we go to women. But there is absence or invisibility of caste discourse in the whole environmental debate. Phule has wrote at length about exclusion of Dalits from forests, grazing lands, water during the colonialism as well as afterwards. Ambedkar has written about that. So when this was happening during the colonialism, the Brahmins were handed in globes with the British because they were in departments. So this institutional exclusion of Dalits from resources needs to be discussed. Okay. So you, Dr. Nayak, told about social movements. So I think we should push it back when Ambedkar led a group of people to the Chavdar tank, the Mahat Satyagraha, when there was a fight for equal access to resources. It's also a social movement, I think, in environmental aspect also. So also Periyar writes that it's not about the land, it's not about the water, but it's equal allocation and it's appropriation by exclusive class of people. That's the problem. Okay. So when we talk about this pollution, this AQI debate, 300, 400, and organic farming, organic food, then what about the manual scavenger who cleans the septic tanks of the Delhi city, as well as the manual scavenger who cleans the open latrines in the villages? Okay. And don't we consider these as the major environmental hazards? My second question is for Mr. Mahatagopal. Coming to reporting, yes, the reporting is gender blind, but it's also caste blind. Okay, you have said that everybody is not equally hit by environmental hazards. Okay, yes, I would like to say that when there is crop failure, it is the landless labor who is hit the most. When it is the flood in the city, is the slum dweller who is hit the most. When it is the water which is polluted in the coastal regions, it is the Dalit fishermen who is hit the most. So it is also the media is caste blind. So I would just like to request that why untouchability and caste discourse is absent from this environmental discourse. Thanks.
So I think, thank you very much for that very important remark. More questions, please. So I think, Dr. Tan, please. The microphone to Dr. Tan.
My concern is for the presentation of Professor Patrick and Rizin Sesani. I'm really interested in the issue you present, and I'm concerned with the information you give that more than 9 environmental journalists were killed from 2016. So we all know that Indonesia is a democratic country, and the right of freedom in expression as well as the right of citizens to live in safety are stated in the Constitution. So I wonder what is the role of Indonesian government in investigating the culprit who caused the death of the death of journalists, of environmental journalists, as you mentioned, especially in investigating the important figure behind the tragedy. In my point of view, if the government determined and resolute in handle and to handle or to solve the situation, the safety of environmental journalists will be more guaranteed. In Vietnam, I see that if our government want to solve or want to solve the situation relating to domestic security, they tend to succeed. Maybe in Vietnam, the role of security forces is significant. It is important in socio-political life, maybe. But I wonder about to secure the safety of environmental reporters. So my question are: does Indonesian government really want or to pay attention to in handling or to end the situation that environmental journalists threatened or killed? And next, what has the Indonesian government done in solving the cases related to the death of environmental journalists? And what is the result? And has there been any challenges to the Indonesian government to protect environmental journalists who are also the active and brave citizens of Indonesia?
Thank you very much for that question. The problem is that everybody is very hungry and lunch is waiting for us already. So I think maybe we have 2 more voices. Sorry, I don't know your name. And then 1 more from Professor Lailufa. And please, only a few sentences. So, and then we need time. We need some time for our presenters to reply to these very important questions. So please.
My question is to Dr. Nayak. The Niamgiri Hills case that you said was a success because of the opposition party. Do you think it was more because of the cultural and spiritual value related to the Niamgiri Hills that made it a success, the media attention that it got, instead of the opposition party that could help in the success of the case?
Thank you very much. Professor Lailufa, please.
Yes, just a few words. My question, okay. My question would be to the last speaker, and something that is already pointed out, that when you are choosing which Bengali newspaper you are identifying, Anandabazar is more popular newspaper, and Bengal has been home of a lot of protest movements from the colonial period. So I'm not sure when we are looking at media coverage, are we looking at the number of circulation or the kind of ideological basis they work on? Also a technical point, this is not, it is no longer called as West Bengal, it's called as Bangla, right? So you have to really mention that in your paper somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one very last question. I give you 2 sentences, please. Please. I count the sentences.
Yeah. So my question is to Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak, and the question is how the changing of power regimes influences the way to take stand on the environmental issues and concerns, in which the ecosystem is same, but the location to deal gets changed multiple times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was even only 1 sentence. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we should start with Patrick Ziegenhain and Ririn Sifsani. And then we have, we keep the order to Dr. Nayak, and then I think there was no question to you. If you want, maybe we have a question for him, or maybe we can have that during our lunch break, so it's okay. And then the last one will be Dr. Madana Gopal. So please, Ririn and Patrick first.
We discussed, so it's my task to answer this. Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Tan. Indonesia is a democracy, but not a full-fledged. There are some weaknesses, and one of the weaknesses are human rights violations committed by partly security apparatus, military, police, which are not solved by not investigated by the government, which are swept under the carpet, as I said. There are, if you can read reports about democracy in Indonesia, it's to some extent, yes, democratic elements, yes, in theory there is the freedom of speech and freedom of press, but in practice there are limitations to that. And we must say that in the last 10 years the situation of democracy in Indonesia has not become better. We see a rising influence of the military forces in the civilian government, more and more former generals taking over government positions, and these have very often vested interests in business activities related to resources, mining, deforestation, and so on, and therefore the government cannot get active. In addition, there are weaknesses in the judicial sector. Courts, judges can be bribed, there are more influential, more powerful actors. You know, they have a better access to win a case in a court than environmental activists, particularly from remote areas in some less developed parts, particularly in eastern Indonesia. So, to make it short, the government should protect these activists, but in reality, it does not happen, unfortunately.
Now responding, the first question is the role of local community in Protestant movements. I am assuming that the local community has the greater role in Protestant movements, both in, be it in colonial, post-colonial or post-economic reform era. As I told you that Protestant movements, they get success when it get its transnational support or global support. So unless and until there is no movement from the grassroots level, there is no chance of the success of the movement. So only the movements get success when there is a local movement, and that local movement should be supported by the global agencies or transnational ideologies or institutions or networks. So there is a role of local community. The question is the absence of caste in environmental discourse. My opinion is that since if you see as such there is no data of displacement in India, the government doesn't keep the records. So it is the sum of the organizations, private organizations, they make their own data. So according to the data, most of the displaced populations or those who are impacted by the environmental degradations are most of the tribals. So if you read the literature, most of the authors or researchers, they have worked on the tribal displacement. So there is an absence of caste discourse because the impact on the scheduled caste is a little bit more. I'm telling you that if you take the data of out of 100%, 80% displaced people are tribals, 20% are scheduled caste. So there is no such literature on this caste discourse. This is my opinion. Our third question is the Niyamgiri, the opposition party, the role of the opposition party. Yes, I told you that the success is due to this role of the opposition parties. And your question is that is there any the role of the local community or not? In my case, in this case, just I want to tell you that even if the movement was, it is the opposition party who mobilized the local people and went to the Supreme Court, and it is the Supreme Court, they ordered the village Sabha to be continued. So it is not only the local community, they went to the Supreme Court. It is the opposition parties who helped the local people to go to the Supreme Court. That's why I told you that the major role in this Niyamgiri movement is the opposition parties. If in this case ruling party opposition, there is a nexus between opposition and ruling party, local protests cannot be contested to the state. So opposition party has a greater role in supporting the local movements. Now, fourth question is the power and regime that we're talking about. Is there any role of power and regime in the success and failure of the movements? Yeah, power and regimes plays a very great role. I have worked on, in case of India and Bangladesh, taking the democratic regime and civil military regime. I have published number of articles in this regard. You can go through it. But due to time constraint, I can't tell you anything. In post-launch, you can talk to me. That's all.
Yeah. Okay.
Doctor.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. So first question, why are we focused on North Bengal newspapers? Actually, technically, we focused only on the newspapers that received large readership. So in that case, Anand Ajar, it comes in the first place. Apart from that, yes, coming to environmental issues, there must have got good coverage related to environmental issues, but we didn't focus on environmental issues. We specifically focused on climate change and its related impacts. So coming to climate change and its related impacts, the media reporting is abysmally less. Okay, in the presentation, I showed one screenshot that it reported the cyclonic event as a kind of weather update. So it was it was one of the severe cyclone that that devastated the coast of Bengal, but it was mentioned as weather update. So this is the thing that I want to note. Coming to your question, okay. And another question is, it's related to caste blind. So coming to caste blind, yes, Indian environmental discourses have always been caste blind for over the past many decades, but that trends have already got changed. Mukul Sharma, he published one article that is on Dalits and Indian environmental movements. Okay, so that was published before 10 or 15 years ago. So very recently, the same author have also extensively wrote about that how Dalits have had complex relationship between environmental movements in India, but that discourse have not yet been reflected in policy reports. So if you happen to see any policy reports in India, like climate action policy reports, they largely use the word poor, but they don't use the word whether they are Dalit poor or whether they are urban poor or rural poor or tribals. So policy reports largely homogenize the vulnerability of the people, which is true, but that trends have also been recently changing, because many, for example, recently the Tamil Nadu Climate Action Report, it published 2.0. So that report gave some emphasis on the vulnerability of different social groups of people. So I hope these trends will it will get to change in the coming future. Yeah.
So
thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have. We could discuss these very interesting topics for another 2 hours. I'm very sorry that we don't have so much time. So please, we conclude that very successful session. And I think everybody is very hungry now. Now we go for lunch.
Thank you so much, Professor Detlef, for chairing this session and making sure it gets over in time. Thank you so much. So we'll be meeting for lunch now. Please join us for lunch. And we'll be meeting here again at around 2:40 p.m. for the last session of the day. So thank you so much.
sectoral issues on environmental governance. So we have discussed several themes from yesterday, mostly about the problematization of environment, environmental concepts, and then environmental governance structure in different countries, and different problems and issues that we are facing in different countries on environmental governance. But here, what is our idea is going to do is we go deep into sector and then discuss what are the actual issues the different sectors are facing while they implement environmental governance in their own sector, or why they are not been able to implement environmental governance in their own sector. So here we have panelists. Dr. Bimal Akwejam is going to chair the session, and then we have panelists who, it's a basically interdisciplinary panel, comes from, like people come from background from law, engineering, anthropology, and political science, of course, geography, and sociology. So what we are going to in next 90 minutes is like, first I'll give you overview and then set the context of this discussion, and then we'll ask among ourselves some of the questions about different sectors, and then answer those questions, and then we'll open up for the audience, right? So let me briefly, like within 5 minutes or so, let me give you a brief context why we are discussing this environmental governance issues in India. So India is going through environmental stress. I think we all agree. In last 2 days we have been discussing these things, but I want to highlight certain things through different figures, right? So then we'll discuss why environmental governance is important, and then the dialogue which we are having from last 4 decades or 5 decades. So there was an older dialogue which is like environment development versus environment. So whether there is a need to go beyond development versus environmental debate. So we can it's a micro aspect, but we are going to touch upon those aspects also. And then through this entry into this micro, we will go deep down the sector and then explore different things. And then looking beyond this, macro issues, we'll look forward some of the sectoral insights from our different panelists, and then discuss institutional capacities, coordination issues, finance issues, and then other different things of the conference. So I think I don't need to talk about this issue because we are facing this issue today. When every year it comes to November and December, January, in Delhi and other places in North India, we talk about air pollution. So air pollution is a multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral issue. It is not one sector which is responsible for air pollution all over India. It's whether it's like several times we consider air pollution is an urban phenomena, but studies shows that it's not an urban phenomena. It's all over India we have bad air quality. And then for air quality, there are studies which says we have several health and other related issues we are facing because of this bad air quality. So we can experience burning eyes, sore throat. Those kind of things I think experience all the people here in Delhi every time. So we are going to discuss this air quality issues, one of the from different multi-sectoral point of view. Then waste is a challenge, whether it's urban or rural. So we know how waste is increasing, and then we don't have system to disposing them in different ways, but it's not sustainable way, right? So we are going to discuss about this also. Then water. So water, we know how water stress is in India, and then there are different studies which shows that in next 100 years or so we have to really struggle for fresh drinking water. Still, we don't have drinking water facilities available for all of our population. We get really bad quality of water everywhere in our country. So we are going to also touch upon these kind of issues when we talk about different sectors, electricity, land, or agriculture, forest, other issues. So this is climate change. It's not we are going to talk about, but in this perspective, when we talk about sectoral issues, we should also consider climate change, because climate change is amplifying these environmental shocks. Basically, because of the climate change, all the sectors are going to face different kind of other difficulties. So we'll also try to touch climate change and have a perspective from climate change, how we look at the sectors, these sectors, and then work we have to align different stakeholders to have a sustainable way of living or sustainable development. So our environmental debate has a long history, and then we have reached at a certain point. So in 1990s, we have a different kind of debate, and then we are now having different kind of debate, because so we now realize that climate change is going to affect all the sectors, all the people, irrespective of their class, caste, and gender. So in that context, I think we have to decide how we are going to approach this crisis. So with this approach, I want to invite a chair to start the discussion with maybe some of the questions, then we can go on. So yes. So these are the questions I'm projecting the screen.
You've already put up the questions, right? Good afternoon. I suppose you must have a long day since yesterday, and I hope that normally towards the end you get tired. After lunch you also have this sleepy tendency, but hopefully, as I said in Hodgson studies, the end spurt should come up, and you must have some interest and have some sense of what has been going on since yesterday. And I think the organizers have put these sessions quite accurately at the end. You know, however you planned it at the macro level, strategize things at the top, what happens at the ground at different sectors, I suppose that's very important in any way of doing things, whether it is in the governance or in our even conceptualizations. As a student of social science, and especially one who have traversed through different disciplines before landing up with sociologists for the last 15 years, I must tell you one thing, that there is also particular insight if you look at the specific locales, if you see in every discipline. If I compare this and the different sectors' experience, and there is connections between them, what are the issues that they face across disciplines? In a similar sense, the environmental issues across the sectors will also give us some insights into the larger problems that we face. Just think of, I was thinking about this, you know, you plant, for example, trees on the roadside, and the Public Works Department comes and wants to uproot those trees because they want to expand the road. Or think about electricity, people coming in and putting a wire on top of those trees. There needs to be a coordination. That's understandable for all of us. So I think that's also the other side of the story of why it is important for us to look at specific experiences at different sectors. You know, I would give you a background of this thinking, and as I was told by the organizers that, you know, what could be a social scientist's way of looking at these issues and frame. That's why I was trying to bring in these concerns. Think about a larger military planning, but what actually happens on the ground, the units, the platoons, the battalions and the brigades, how they function, what kind of specific challenges the different units of the armed forces have, for instance. Those experiences, from there you can have a feedback loop again, and then check the larger governance that you are planning from the top. At another level, what Professor Anand Kumar said yesterday in the inaugural sessions, the private and the public, the people you have encounter is not the top level people, it is the implementation on the ground in different sectors, and that is why you encounter those micro level aspects of these issues. I was constantly reminded yesterday while listening to him, C. Wright's Mill's sociological imaginations. We should be able to connect between what he says, personal trouble and public issues. That you don't have a job, is a person in trouble, and many people like you don't have a job, is what he called is a public issues. And he went on to remind us that American liberalism, for instance, is sort of camouflaging the issues in the name of individualism. If you fail, it is because you don't have the talent in you, and that is why you fail. This is the way you try to justify. On the other hand, top-down sort of in the name of collective interest, what he called the then Soviet Union experiment as nothing but a bureaucratic operation. So I think this capacity to imagine, to move back and forth between the top and the bottom of experiences, between the larger scheme of things and the specific experience in sectors, I think that is in the light of this kind of a framing. We have specific aspects on, say, water, electricity, air pollution, different sectors, how they experience, what are the commonality, what are the difficulties, and what kind of issues can be used as a feedback loop for the larger environmental governance is what in this section can look into it. We have in our panel, I was given 4 people, or rather 5 with Sarda, and they will be speaking. I think we should go on. My intention is that I will ask them to have an opening remark for 5 minutes. Then second round, they can have a cross-checking each other issues among the panelists. Then the third round, we can open it for the audience for question and answer sessions. So I would ask Sarda, you can kick off the opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Akwesa. We would like to start our panel discussion with questions like, you know, there is, yesterday also we are discussing, there is this problem in implementation. There is always problem in implementation. But still we make policies, we know that it's going to have some implementation issues in different sectors, but still we make that kind of policy, right? So if I go around different sectors like air pollution, electricity, land, and different other sectors, like I want to our panelists to reflect how much their sectors are aligned with the environmental governance structure, the bigger environmental governance structure, what we have in our country, and how they have implemented in those particular sector. So first, I think I'll go to Pranav.
Hello, everyone. I work on air pollution crisis in India, and this is an issue which I'm sure a lot of our foreign guests have also experienced while being in Delhi. But it is important to underline that while the judiciary as well as the government has been treating this as a Delhi-only problem, it is a pan-India problem. 83% of Indians are vulnerable to air that is less than the nationally prescribed air quality standards. The content of PM 2.5 in the air is 83 milligrams, which is double the national standards, more than double the national standards. So this leaves us in a situation where one has to question what we have done wrong in our legal and governance framework to mitigate air pollution. And that takes us to the Air Act of 1981, which prescribes a sort of command and control mechanism for licensing and giving consents to industries and then inspecting them. But the study that the Center for Policy Research over the last 2 years has conducted, it has shown that the regulatory bodies framed under this law are severely understaffed, and they are headed by people who are not having full-time positions and are not qualified to do their job, and that the boards, the state pollution control boards, their they do not have representation from air quality experts. So we are in a state where we are in a form of reluctant technocratic management of the environment, wherein from the top-down approach we have understaffed and under-resourced organizations trying to control how polluters will function. So that's a challenge that is there. Just to give an example, between 2018 and 2021, the state pollution control boards that we studied, the 10 state pollution control boards in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, they had average fund utilization rate of 54%. So they are unable to even spend the money that they have, and there are state boards which have 60%, 70% vacancy rate in the technical positions. So if you do not have lab technicians and engineers in your environmental regulators, how do we really expect them to inspect industries and then implement the law on the ground? The second legal issue that has come up and which shows the Delhi obsession is the Commission for Air Quality Management Act that the government passed in 2021. Now that only covers the national capital region of Delhi, and it is also a bureaucratic body, yet ever since there have been 2 years since the law has been in place, but the air pollution levels in Delhi itself haven't come down. The various sources of air pollution that we see, one being transport, the other being the burning of agriculture crop residue, called stubble burning, then the issue of industries and power plants. On all these grounds, the sort of intersectoral, multi-agency work that needs to be required has not been done, despite the presence of a new commission enacted into law by Parliament. So that is a challenge that we are facing in terms of regulating air quality. Another challenge that we face is interstate cooperation. So the burning of crop residue in states like Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan is the cause of the air quality crisis across North India, but most importantly in Delhi. Yet the states have failed to cooperate and find solutions for it, and one big reason for that is that states themselves in the Indian federal structure do not have the financial resources to find the way to transition out of certain crops that need to be transitioned out of to limit the burning of crop residue. And that leaves us in a situation where there's a crisis of Indian federalism, where there's an unmet need for coordination between states that the center needs to bring in. So, and in all of this situation, we see that the issue of the environment, issue of the pollution is only episodically getting mentioned in the media, but it is not part of the usual day-to-day politics. So we have elections currently in the local bodies in Delhi, and all over the world we know that in environmental regulation, especially things like waste management, sustainable waste management, we need the local bodies to function in a particular way. Yet air pollution is not a primary electoral issue in Delhi. So what we are in a state of the environmental governance discourse and air pollution discourse particularly, which is over-centralized, which is under-deliberative and over-judicialized. And we need to go beyond this, and it will be important to find ways to think about it.
Thank you, Pranav, for first round of your response. I think now we can go to Animes and find out, like, he works on land, mostly in urban spaces. So we have seen land has been in constant pressure because of several of the projects. In all the projects we use land, we convert land in different things, right? So give us some perspective how you look at the cities, and then city planning or when we structure, we build buildings, bridges and roads specifically, and what is your macro thought on how it and environment? We also kind of look at environment when we build these infrastructure and or change the land pattern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharoda. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and also I thank our chair, sir, of the session. And good afternoon to everyone. As Sharoda said, I basically work on land disposition, livelihood changes, global city making, and other than that also, I have also worked on Khasi matrilineage. So today I'll make this talk in connection with the presentation that I made yesterday, and I'll focus upon some of the crucial issues which I feel have been really under-researched. As I said in my last presentation yesterday, that the global city making, especially Indian global city makings, Indian global city making is taking place basically on the greenfield. Greenfield in the sense that these cities are coming up on agricultural land, common property resources, for example, pastures, wetlands, and this city making is basically taking place, although through legal processes, but there are many lacunas. And those lacunas are actually leading to various sorts of environmental issues. For example, let me start with the construction sector. So today, whatever the neoliberal or global cities that we see in India, whether it is Gurgaon, Noida, or Rajarhat New Town near Kolkata, or the so-called Silicon Valley of India in Bangalore, or high-tech city in Hyderabad, or Mahendra Tech City near Jaipur. If we look at these cities, these so-called Indian global cities, we will see that these global cities are coming up with a huge construction sector. And this city making is being justified by the policy making bodies or government in a way that the global city making will take us to a level where we will be able to catch up with the West. And the problem, the real problem actually lies here, because we are not considering how this global city making, which is going to be a huge construction field, is going to really cost to our health. Of course, development is necessary, but one has to keep in mind that when we talk about global city making, these so-called 3 global cities in the world, New York, London, and Tokyo. So one has to understand that the geographical location of these 3 global cities is completely different from the global cities of the South. And if we go to the global cities of the North, in most of the cases we will see the cities, like the buildings are mainly made of course, concretization is there, but buildings are made of glasses and all. And glasses actually cause less, these pollutants in the air. But if we talk about the global city making in the global South, so it's really very difficult for us to make all the buildings with glasses, because glasses, once you make the building with glasses, it will make inside of the room more warm. So this is one issue. The second issue is that in all Indian global cities, you will see that this, as I said earlier, the construction sector, huge construction sector is coming up, and this construction sector is giving huge revenue to the government. So government is justifying this. I am not saying that we don't need global cities. We need global cities, but at the same time, we have to look at how this huge construction sector, especially real estate construction sector, is contributing significant amount of pollutants to the atmosphere. As my our previous speaker of the session has talked about 4 parameters, how those 4 parameters or 4 indicators, 4 factors are causing air pollution. He did not mention about the construction sector, but what I believe is that construction sector alone is contributing more than 30 to 40% of the pollutants in the atmosphere. So the researchers need to look at this issue seriously. And it is, I just give one more example. I was born in West Bengal, and like I live in Calcutta. So I have never seen Calcutta so much polluted even 10 years back. And this started especially with the building of this neoliberal city in Razarhat. And this construction sector is heavily coming up, and it's causing so much pollution. The pollution level used to be earlier close to 60, 65, which has gone up to now more than 150. I think the policymakers have to look at this issue. Then the second important point that I want to make is that how neoliberal city making itself is increasing temperature, local temperature. Of course, there are some issues. There are some studies which have tried to focus on the temperature thing, using climatic data, using satellite imageries and all. But one has to understand that those studies have basically focused on the city environment. They have never considered what kind of environment like these places earlier had. For example, like once we develop neoliberal cities or global cities, as I said, the global cities are basically coming up on the green field. And in green field, you don't get actually that much temperature. Once you get it concretization, with concretization, the reflectance, like the solar reflectance goes up, temperature goes up. So we have to look at this issue also very carefully, how we can control this temperature thing. Similarly, one more factor that comes into picture is the moisture retaining capacity. Today, in winter season, the people who are living in Delhi, like I have lived in Delhi for more than 15 years. I know the kind of environment we see during mid-December to mid-January. The atmosphere will be completely foggy, which like environmentalists will call smog. So this smog is so much dangerous. And why it is happening? This is happening largely because of this huge construction sector. Then I want to further focus on one more point, is the forest. If you look at the geographical location of all these Indian global cities, these Indian global cities have come up at the cost of huge destruction of forest. The people who are living here would be well aware about Gurgaon. What was this Gurgaon all about? Gurgaon was actually Aravalli ranges, full of forests and all. Of course, these forests were not extremely dense forests, shrubs kinds of, but those forests have been removed and city have been made. So forest is also a great absorber of pollutant. Of course, government is taking lot of initiatives to create like artificial way of foresting, but this is not up to the mark. Alongside that, lastly, I'll make one more point, and this point is about grabbing wetland. I know like Razarhat very well, where this new neoliberal city has come up. 30% of more than 30% of the land acquired for making this global Razarhat came from capturing wetland. And this wetland used to be a place, a habitat where large number of fishes were there upon all these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. I think you are very right. Through construction, construction is one of the key stakeholder of pollution. And I think one thing we are kind of missing here is when there is a construction or we are going for any kind of big development project, there are policy ways or governance issues always around these projects. Like we have something called environmental impact assessment, right? So which is basically a clearance given to any of the project. But we don't have post environmental management plans for all these kind of projects. So whether it's a building or road or railway or any of the city we are making. So we are like critical about environmental impact assessment. In several of the studies criticize those aspects for different other things, but we also have to think about environmental management plan basically after the implementation of the project. So now I'd like to go to Avinav, so to talk about the electricity sector and the projects and then issues in the electricity sector and how the sectoral policies specifically address these environmental concerns or not addressing the concern, and why.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, picking up from what Sarda said about, post management of environment or implementation of environmental governance. Electricity sector. I work with the political economy of electricity sector, and environmental governance is one of the most neglected topics when we talk about political economy of electricity sector in India. And even when it is talked about, you only concentrate on the electricity generation per se, and not much on, the whole value chain of the sector. So, and as we all, know that electricity is one of the biggest carbon emitters, and by that virtue, one of the biggest contributors of climate change. And so it makes it imperative to look into the ways, the policies in the sector interact with the kind of what kind of environmental governance and how the policies go along. And to start with, I would say that electricity is also a very peculiar kind of an entity. In a way, it's mostly top-down kind of entity, and now distributed renewable applications are coming up, but they cannot compete with the larger paradigm, which is mostly top-down and is dominated by fossil energy. And similarly, this top-down nature is reflected in the way the sector is itself governed. So in the past few decades, the sector has seen the kind of transition. So a shift from state-led sector to a neoliberal model, where the state has become a mere facilitator, and this has kind of led to a confusion regarding whose responsibility is environmental governance. So there is no single pole which can be held accountable, and thus the responsibility is diffused between whether the government is responsible or the private party is responsible, or so when we zoom out from the electricity generation per se to a larger sectoral perspective. So whenever we see our electricity bills which come to our home, we never think about where this electricity is coming from, what kind of fossil fuel are being used to burn this electricity. So we are mostly concerned about the magnitude amount of our bills, rather than what kind of larger impact this whole energy consumption has had. So I would highlight the structural perspective of this thing. In a way, like when we zoom out from the electricity generation to a larger sectoral perspective, which also includes distribution and transmission, the confusion of accountability, who's to be held accountable for environmental governance, it further widens. So while on the face of it, the sector is still largely state dominated, it is largely inefficient and financially unviable in the Indian case. The inefficiency and the financial concerns across the board make environment a secondary concern, thereby making environment merely a matter of compliance, and the environmental governance is then sacrificed at the altar of financial viability. And to elaborate further, in the neoliberal paradigm, the environmental concerns are structurally excluded from the mainstream policies. and the environmental risks are not considered as, for example, the environmental risks are completely, excluded from the tariff model. So the competitive bidding, which is the most favored and prevalent model of tariff arriving at the electricity tariffs. We don't pay attention to it because we are happy with the lower bills because of the competitive bidding. But how these lower bills translate into an environmental disaster has to be seen through the way these tariffs are being structured. So in fact, the private parties are structurally shielded from the environmental risk, and these risks are then offloaded to the government and the people who suffer from the environmental disasters. So also the urban-centric nature of the neoliberal development paradigm also gets reflected in the way the sector is treated. So the urban elites who are the biggest consumers of electricity do not cannot comprehend as to how structurally environmental governance has been sidelined, and mostly the financial viability has been the focus. I can talk about currently there is a wave of energy transition where we are continuously talking about moving to renewable energy sources, but there also the kind of environmental governance issues sector has not come to terms with how to deal with them. One of the examples is the transmission lines in Rajasthan. So recently, Rajasthan in India is one of the biggest producers of solar power, and there are huge solar farms, solar power stations, and to evacuate this solar power, a large number of big transmission lines have been built in the desert and in that terrain. And one of the biggest casualty of this huge development of transmission network was this vulnerable, critically endangered bird called black bustard, which and the Indian Supreme Court actually gave this order about that these transmission lines need to be underground, built underground, and so in a way, but what happened actually, that the tariffs which were pre-decided through competitive bidding for this green power actually prohibited any post-action corrective action on environment. So how this is one of the snippet where we see that when even in the case of green electricity, we have such a big environmental governance issue, and which remains unresolved to date, and one of the and the structural factors are kind of responsible for this. I have further more snippets, but I can talk about it later. But the point I wanted to draw from this is that the kind of policies which structurally shape the sector, especially the electricity sector, are kind of they are not aiding to the way environmental governance progresses in this, and they are actually regressive to the way environmental governance has to progresses in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinav. I think three things to note here. First thing would be there is a clear confusion between, specifically in this neoliberal era, so when private investments are more and state is just a facilitator to this private investment. So there is a clear confusion who is going to take care of the environmental cost or social cost some part, right? So now we have rehabilitation policies, we have several things we are planning to taking care of the social cost, but still there is a confusion between private and public. And second thing would be like So all the environmental governance issues are mere kind of compliance issues. So all the projects, it's considered as only compliance. So if there is a compliance is fulfilled, then project get a go ahead. And third thing is there are inequalities. You said there are structural issues in our developmental model which do not consider social or environmental cost in that framework. So like competitive bidding. So when we look at competitive bidding, there is like you will not get a project if you are not bidding the lowest. So how you are going to include environmental cost with that low cost? So we cannot do that. So we don't look at the quality of bidding rather than we only go down and see the price. So technical, generally there's technical proposal and financial proposal, but technical proposals are not considered enough, and then financial proposals are quite dominant over technical proposals in all over the projects. I think that is, one of the common thing all over we can see. So let's go to Dr. Arun Naik, who is working on dams and rehabilitation policies and water issues in several ways. So, Dr. Naik, how you look environmental or social costs are adjusted or kind of aligned with in your studies and in different policies, national policies as well as the sectoral policies, water policies and food security policies and all those things.
Let me inform that I have been working on dam projects, or basically you can say it's a river valley project. So far as my study is concerned, if you go through the literature, everybody focus on the dam project relating to displacement, human rights and rehabilitations. But the environmental part is very much missing in those literatures. Whenever a dam is constructed, everything's thinks about the development part. There are 4 development indicators of this dam constructions. One is the flood management, the second one is hydropower production, the third one is your irrigations, and the fourth one is navigation. So these are the 4 parameters basically all the river development plan has. But after the construction of the project, everybody gets happy about their hydropower productions, the irrigations, everything. But nobody concerns about the environment. Environment in the sense that the areas that get submerged in the dam projects. Sometimes it's 100 hectares of forest land that got submerged. And the question is that it's a loss of biodiversity. So as the economy is growing, your environmental is degrading day by day by acquiring number of lands. On the other hand, it is also losing your biodiversity. Once we lose the biodiversity, it will be a challenge for the humanity in the future. So far as I have seen the number of literature, the aspect of biodiversity is not being addressed. So that can be one issue. And the second one is the post management of the dam. We are thinking of hydropower production, all those indicators, but we are not thinking of, because as per the ratio of populations that existed in a country or in a globe, there should be a match between the human populations and the forest coverage. So that is declining day by day. So the government has not addressed, or the government is not addressing the loss of biodiversity or the loss of forest area that's submerged in the reservoir, and how it should be compensated or how it can be compensated elsewhere. This is the one area. On the second area is, whenever the government do any resettlement and rehabilitation project, again they acquire land for rehabilitations. And in that process also again the deforestation takes place. So in that case also the government remains silent about the compensation of this forest land. So for one development we are going to, again we are leading to deforestations or loss of environment. And the third aspect relating to dam I am addressing is this water security. I am giving an example in this case because I have done my research on Hirakud Dam. that basically constructed in 1960s. And now it has already completed 50 years of this project. But there is conflict is going on relating to water. Especially after the 1990s, there are a number of industries came to Odisha, and all the industries, maximum number of industries, they established their industries near to this dam because they need lots of water. And the water of the reservoir was meant for irrigations. And now the government has given permission to this industry to take water from this reservoir. And as a result, what is happening, the irrigations of that tail end area is decreasing day by day. So it means it's a economic growth versus water security, and water security versus food security. On the one hand, you are taking the water for industrial development or economic growth, but at the cost of your food security, because the land under irrigation is decreasing day by day. And there has been conflict is going on in Odisha. There are a number of protests that has been that went during that days, but that didn't happen anything. The government didn't address those issues. There are a number of studies on that, but a number of lands are being earlier those lands were irrigated. Now it's barren land because of water scarcity. So in terms of this relating to dams, these are, I told you that biodiversity, water security, food security, these are all associated with dams. These are not being addressed properly. So this is the concerns.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Naik. I think you are very right. It has like dams and other places, like development projects like that. So it has both impact on the upstream population, biodiversity loss, and there's always also it has impact on the downstream population because of the water and other issues. So now I think moving on, I would request. Yes. You want to?
No, as I said it, and I want to see whether you have any similar concerns that has been experienced in the other person's sector. You can exchange that.
I want to add one point with regard to what Sharoda talked about, the social and environmental impact assessment. Very recently, I did 2 projects on social impact assessment of 2 projects. I won't name for one for the government. And I tell you my own experience, how it actually turns up. You cannot, like when you get attached with some government agency, and if government agency asks you to do this socio-economic and environmental impact assessment, it's very difficult to give you the real scenario. The moment you submit the draft, you know, the authority will go through it, and if they find anything objectionable, even a single word, they will ask you to replace. Otherwise, what they will do, they won't give you the fund. Suppose initially they will sanction you 50% of the total grant. You will hire like field investigators and all. You will go to evaluate the situation in the field. And eventually what will happen, if you don't abide by what they are saying, so they won't give you the further installment. And ultimately that will lead you to, or your organization will go through losses. So it's really very difficult. It is not that the environmental and social impact assessment is not being done. It's being done. But it's really very difficult to bring out the real scenario. Because the real scenario is never coming in front. It's remaining only in the first draft. Or even before making the first draft, you will be instructed in a way that you will think many times before you write anything negative about the project.
I think we touched upon several of the things, but I think every one of us I think highlighting the techno-economic dominance perspective, which is in every sector. But I think one point we can discuss, like also take 1 or 2 minutes each and tell something about like how this is a political challenge. Like you talked about in air quality, that's a state issue, right? So there's a federalism here, but let's address, let's think about something like, so how we can, like it's a political challenge, whether there's a political will or not, what kind of political decisions are made, and then what are the things also, like how these decisions influence these kind of aspects, this sector, right? So start with maybe Pranab.
If we take the example of the environmental impact assessment, the reason that their integrity can be shortchanged and compromised so easily, and I'm sure not that easily, is because these processes have, even though the law might say that you need a public hearing, but public hearing and environmental decision making has not become the mainstay of everyday politics. So because the setting up of a particular project in a particular area is not a democratic decision in the first place, it happens in a top-down manner, and there is scope for this corruption. So you might have a further hoop to cross. The crony capitalist might have to just get another report in their favor. But if this process has to actually be transparent and has to have integrity, there needs to be higher amount of public participation, and public participation not in the NGO civil society sense, but in a strictly political sense. And for that, we need to really think about the state of environmental politics in the country and at the local level, because we see a problem of centralization in these processes, and the state of the local self-governments in India is they have very little power and very little funding, and the only, like if a group of people in a locality want to influence something, the chance that they can collectivize and influence the decision of their councillor or a ward member is far more than their being able to bring down a whole state government decision on a project. So what we need is to think more about decentralization and as well as in enhancing direct public participation in these decision-making processes.
So yeah, in the electricity sector, I mean, politics works in very many ways. I mean, first of all, I mean, electricity itself is a very political entity when we talk about it in India. I mean, it is the federal dimension of electricity. I mean, it's a very peculiar kind of a entity which is in the concurrent list of our constitution. So both the state and the center has control over it, but predominantly, I mean, the states are involved with its distribution, tariffs, and so in a way, the kind of disaggregated control and the political currency which electricity holds in India in terms of the electoral politics. I mean, lower tariffs there are very little alternatives. I mean, for the politicians. I mean, and then the political class pushes for these lower tariffs, and then which then translates. I mean, when we look at the larger sectoral perspective, the lure of lower tariffs cannot, I mean, then translate into a better environmental governance. I mean, when the tariffs do not reflect the cost of real cost of environment, and the real cost of power is not reflected what is in your bills. Secondly, the environmental governance is also, I mean, a kind of a political issue in terms of, I mean, these big power plants and the electricity projects, they are being projected as something of a national development. I mean, with the lens of, I mean, nations development, and they are important for, I mean, a kind of a nationalistic dimension is given to these projects. So, yeah, Singrauli is one of the example. I mean, so Singrauli is a region in bordering the central province of Madhya Pradesh and the northeastern province of Uttar Pradesh. I mean, this region was initially, I mean, a thick forested land, which and a dam was built after independence of India's independence in 1960s, and this dam then resulted into a reservoir, a big reservoir, and eventually, I mean, the coal was discovered in this region, and this region then became, I mean, a center for power plant-led development. And so a lot of public sector investment into coal and power plant came into this region, and a nationalistic kind of narrative was being built that it was called Urja Dhani, which means the power capital of India. And this nationalistic kind narrative actually pushed back the environmental. So no regard was paid in the initial 30-40 years of the power plant electricity-led development in this region. There was no regard paid to the environmental, I mean, governance. And then because of the certain legislative developments and the activism, there was certain attention paid to the environment, and the future projects were then subjected to environment impact assessment and all. But in the neoliberal era, when the state stepped back and invited the private players into this region, the responsibility of environment was then diffused, which I talked about earlier. I mean, so whose responsibility is environmental governance? The state said that this private player has the choice of technology, the kind of fuel which is to be used, and I mean, so and the private player said that I have bid this plant on such a low tariff, so I have a limited responsibility of working towards environmental governance. So, I mean, this kind of to and fro and the diffuse kind of environmental responsibility, in a way, was a setback to the whole region. And I mean, this region still does not, I mean, get enough attention in terms of environment, and a lot of, I mean, problems are I mean, seething in this region. I mean, the water is contaminated with heavy metals. The farmlands are kind of are frequently, I mean, flooded with the ash water, and Singrauli is among the top 10 air polluted regions in India. So, I mean, this region is kind of an environmental disaster, but the kind of, I mean, nationalistic narrative attached to the project there makes, I mean, the environmental governance takes a back seat because of it. And but on
this federal politics when it comes to air pollution and other different matters. So, and second, about the making it or putting it in one framework or structure, we are trying to do that. Like, we are getting the issues and then we'll develop some kind of structure here. So now what I can think is like three basic perspective we are trying to frame this whole issue. Is one is techno-economic issues, techno-economic perspective, which is kind of dominant perspective right now. Here everybody, we talked about like how dominant is techno-economic issues or perspective. Another issue is like the innovation issues, social and technological innovation, how we are going to take these issues in social and technological innovation. There are several social and micro innovations we have seen in different sectors, like whether it's say electricity, like we talk about microgrid and other things. So, which are itself is a subject or theme to discuss also. And another is like political. So, three of the themes, like three of the perspective we want to try and frame all these issues, and maybe in future we'll I think it will get some output which everyone going to read or something. Yeah. So, and then about the land issues and water issues, I think I'll leave it to Dr. Roy and Naik.
No, yeah, Sharada, I won't make any comments with regard to Sujata ma'am. It's all right. I think she has raised some genuine points. Whether we can go for like endogenetic kind of house building or not, but I think this is a good suggestion.
Regarding the questions of the neoliberal state, or the question to Professor Sujata ma'am. So far as the water resource project is concerned that I was talking about, I do not consider hydropower project is more viable, because since the sir was taking the alternative source of energy would be better in case of India, because we have seen that hydropower projects are not so much viable in terms of hydropower productions. This is the one way that I want to my suggestion is. And the second one is that I was talking about this, many of the industries, they are taking water from dam projects for their own profit, and which is depriving the agricultural community or the farmers community. I do not consider food is most important for human being, for his existence. So in case we must first give priority of uses of water to the food security rather than your economic growth. So in this case, I do not support industrialization. Industries are needed for society, but thing is that industries should not take the water which are meant for the agriculture. The state must sub alternative establishment to take water resources from other. I mean to say is that industry must make its own source of water instead of taking the water which is meant for the agriculture. So this is my point of view. I'm not against the neoliberal state, but neoliberal state must take care of the agriculture too, because food security is most important, because the existence of human beings that depends on the food. Since the population is increasing, it is the duty of the state to ensure the food security of the people too. So the duty of the neoliberal state is to ensure about the water security, food security, energy security in a parallel way. So this is my answer.
They'll do it by increasing dams and GM crops. So the way in which it is achieved is also an issue, isn't it? The goals of food security. Anyway, that's an observation. We can take it up later.
Okay, I think we'll try to wind it up. I'm supposed to give a concluding remark or something of that kind. I think, I was trying to ask what has been in the West. There are a couple of issues when listening to all of you, and yesterday I was listening to Professor Anand, and it's an old issue, I suppose. The kind of ideological orientation or worldview that the Indians have and what the Europeans have, the materiality of their existence and ours, the kind of energy demand that the Europeans have and we have, these are completely different ways of looking at it. My only invitation is to reflect back, to look at other experiences as two underlying factors when I was posing that question. One is that whether we like it or not, we have imbibed and internalized a lot of institutions from the West, and the modern state is one of them. We know that the founding father, like Mahatma Gandhi, wasn't very, very enthusiastic about this kind of state. He had a very different kind of a decentralized idea of organizing the polity, but we have a centralized state. And it is increasing. If we look at our historical moment, for example, in 1940s, Cabinet Committee's report was rejected precisely because provinces have more power than the center. Now, the Indian state is very centralizing, and so you have flagged off in the planning process and environmental program is deeply, deeply centralized and increasingly centralized, in fact. That is one concern. What kind of effect will have it? So my question was more of a, what kind of state do we have? We talk very easily the retreat of the welfare state. And I must share with you this, and a couple of years back, some students from the West, including Germany, which were part of our global study program, after the end of my semester teaching, I asked them, this is around about 10 years back or something, then I asked them, 2 batches, I was struck by one of their observations when they gave me the feedback, and they said, sir, in your course, there is a preponderance of state, which we don't find in the West. The state seems to come very strongly in the course structures. Then one of them said this remark, saying that yours is not the only one. Even the papers that we studied in other centers, the state comes as a very key concept in the way we talked about it, thinking about it. I said, unlike your West, where the civil society has been deep-rooted now, state is a key prime mover of change in this part of the world. And state continues to be. So globally, when we think about retreat of the welfare state, if the form of state itself is different here, even though we take the modular form from the West, and that's what I was thinking about neoliberal economy and its relationship with, or say post 9/11, some of the thinkers are making, I think he has rightly pointed out. The kind of state that we conceptualize has changed in the beginning of this century is like leading thinkers like Giorgio Agamben has talked about it. And in India, he is flagging it off as a regulatory state. So a state has shown a particular kind of a face in the West also. Here also it seems to be doing it. But my argument is that originally thinking about it, our state is different. It is a form that we take, but in substance, Indian state is not exactly the same as the state in the West. So does our energy demand, our increasing populations, and in your paper, is a massive constructions going on across. In fact, 2 of my students are working on, since the liberalizations kicked off, the expansion of urban and mega cities, the construction materials, the labor dynamics between the rural and the urban, the dust particle, it's a regular phenomenon across the country. Traffic jams, how these EMI systems and, use and pay later sort of a culture which came up in the 1990s. Everything has created a particular kind of challenge, and I'm quite, instructive that you use the word deindustrializing society. We are trying to urbanize, industrialize, massification of our own life in sort of it. And I think that is where the state as a regulatory instrument, or in other words, the sovereign power in the West is becoming assertive increasingly more. But what is capital has, what kind of relation capital has with that? What kind of capital formations are taking place in this country? What are these private corporate role in this capital formation in this country? It's interesting to look at it. And there is also dimension of how our traditional configuration of power, such as caste, operate in these new dynamics. So there are multiple layers. So when we talk about stakeholder in the West, and when we talk about it here, it's going to be very difficult. When you mobilize common citizen within court in the West, when we mobilize the tribal, led by urban educated people, that's the way we do it here. It's a very different kind of a dynamics, and the politics will call you names and try to say that poor tribals and Adivasis have been brainwashed by these leaders and so on. So there are peculiar social, economic, and historical conditions are very different. I think the more we are sensitive to those, historicity of our institutions and the ideas behind it, and the substantive facts before us, such as in your papers, massive urbanizations, planning of cities, and so on. Hyderabad, you have another city is going to come up. One of my students is working on the expansion of Hyderabad in the last 2 decades, and it's in different places. If I can take a conclusion on this, I can give you an example. When Indians speak about consciousness, self is smaller concept than consciousness. In the West, they said consciousness is smaller than the conception of the individual. I was trying to give a concluding remark. Anyway, please go ahead.
Just one remark. The West is not a unity. You cannot say the West. As I said, we cannot say the East. And it's the state in the West is in very different in England, in Germany, in France, in Italy, and the history of political thinking is different. And so please don't talk about the West and the state in the West. There is no unity in the West.
No, that's understandable. I mean, it is, in fact, yesterday, if you listen to Prasanna and Prakash, deliberately emphasized the word the West. I suppose he was only giving it as not a substantive claim of an essential entity, but rather as an analytical category. So when I was invoking the West, I'm not invoking as an ontological reality out there, but as an analytical category, and that I'm aware of it. But thank you for bringing that, So with this, should we conclude this session? Thank you for your participations and contributions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bimol Okoijam, for chairing this session, and Dr. Shada for moderating this presentation. And thank you so much to everybody, all the delegates, for putting on the table some food for thought and exchanging dialogues and coming to the conclusions and working on some actionable goals. Thank you so much. So with this session, we come to the end of this conference. This was the culminating session, the last but not the least. And after this, there will be a closed-door workshop for all the paper presenters. So I would like to request everybody to join us for tea outside, and then we'll have the workshop. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming to this conference, taking out time from your busy schedules and traveling distances, coming here and talking to each other and formulating dialogues. So this is it. Thank you so much, and have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
I just would like to say a few words, and then maybe we can discuss a little bit about our future plans. So if you could please take your seats. And